Right, this was nothing to him. If anything, he figured if these resources could create a new kind of value, it would completely shift the game in his industry. So, Mr. Chen, can we talk about the script now? Beverly was still eager to show him her script. The whole investment depended on it. Sure, finish organizing it, then give it to me. Chen took the script from her hands. It was detailed, so detailed it pulled him back years ago. Back when Paramount Pictures was just starting to make a name for itself. It was a big studio from the last century, and their films had market traction, but eventually, facing so many new film companies, they needed a single movie to turn the tide. That was when sci-fi came roaring in, and it blew up. Not just the lead actor, even the entire supporting cast hit their golden moment. They called it the golden age of cinema for Chen. That meant he couldn't simply settle for the status quo. His genre was different, the visual effects were crucial. Handle the budget however you see fit. My rough estimate is that your script will need 200 cars from me. Chen gave a wry smile. Some scenes couldn't be faked with toys and green screens. On-location shooting was essential. And on top of that, no existing genre could rival what he was planning. They were breaking new ground. Our studio is simple, Tiancheng Pictures. I'll be the producer, and you'll be the director. Chen told Beverly the concept was solid, but the script needed careful thought. I'm locking in the lead right now. We're using the bald guy. By bald guy, Chen meant Mr. Statham, though at this point, Statham wasn't exactly a household name. Sure, back in the last century, the bald guy's films had already hit screens, but he was known for violent aesthetic, essentially action movies. This challenge was huge. Chen needed him to really study the script. Chen, you know my asking price? Are you serious about hiring me? Statham sounded skeptical. He hadn't shot a film in 3 years. I need you to cut fat and get into shape first. A lot of the shots require a tough guy look. You're perfect. Chen kept it short. He told the man to go read the script. For half an hour, Statham didn't say a word. He just studied the main character's dialogue, then casually delivered one line, and damn, that classic European accent hit hard. That cynical, I don't give a damn attitude only the bald guy could pull off. I'll take the role. Pay me whatever you think is fair. Statham figured it was a good way to return after 3 years off. Truth was, Chen was paying him big €50 million, top-tier money. Simple reason. Chen needed Statham for the entire franchise. They weren't just making one movie. Mr. Chen, I haven't written the sequels yet. Beverly sounded worried. She was afraid Chen would mess this up. Not having a full script was a major red flag in film. Don't worry, even if you don't have one, I can get it done. Right now you need to focus on how to shoot it. The script and the filming are two different things. Chen reminded her this was a point they couldn't afford to overlook. If they didn't nail the details, they'd be screwed if something went wrong. Okay. No problem at all. Pre-production was set for Australia. The tourism scene there was booming, and the streets offered great locations. 3 locations total. If you can't negotiate with the developers, I'll step in. Chen told Beverly he had one demand: handle things properly. Don't screw up, or he'd be pissed. Mr. Statham, we'll start prepping now. We'll loop you in closer to production. Preliminary estimates, the whole crew needed a year to scout locations, then handle post-production effects. The workload was insane. Doing it Chen's way in 6 months felt impossible. That's way too rushed. Even if I had every effects team in the world, I couldn't pull it off that fast. Beverly was clearly frustrated. She thought Chen's timeline was a fantasy. No, you can. I'm giving all actors 3 months of training. After that, the stunt doubles, fight choreographers, and action coordinators all need to be ready. Chen said time was tight, but 3 months was enough for adjustments. Once they were on set, they'd follow the schedule. The rest was up to the post team. Done. Seeing the steel in Chen's eyes, Beverly nodded without hesitation. She wasn't about to argue. She'd make sure everything went smoothly. Everything was set toward the best possible outcome. Not just Chen, everyone involved began their training. That was Chen's order. He did not want someone 3 months in to screw up the whole shoot because of incompetence. If that happened, he'd fire them on the spot, no matter their position. Chen Cheng is the most decisive boss I've ever met. Statham let out a dry laugh. He'd never taken a shoot this seriously. Once he joined the crew, he saw a group of people who worked their asses off. It felt like they weren't just filming, they were crafting a work of art. Everyone wanted to bring out what they needed to present. That was professionalism. Not bad. Most scenes pass on the first take, but I'll supervise the details myself. You guys prep. With that, Chen headed back to Australia. He needed to talk to Jacqueline further. Location fees weren't cheap. Skimping wouldn't work. He'd have to shut her up to move forward. I know why you're here. Beverly already spoke to me. I fully agree. Lady Jacqueline told Chen that this time was different. To boost tourism, they were waiving all fees, but the road closures came with a strict limit, only 3 hours per day. You understand what 3 hours means, right? She gave him a faint smile. It's a non-negotiable condition. If you can't work with that, we have a big problem. There wasn't a problem Wang Feng couldn't solve. His network could dig up anything. For this movie, he was aiming for something unprecedented. No market had tested a film like this. They had to go all in to know if it would work. A couple billion at the box office, I wouldn't even break a sweat. But several billion, that gets my attention. Wang Feng's smile was razor-thin as he explained it to Beverly. To truly nail a film, you had to make it authentic. The action, the speed, the racing, all of it. And the characters had to feel real, fully alive. He knew Jerry would crush the role. In fact, Jerry would take the entire project to a whole new level. That wasn't flattery. It was fact. Don't stress anything else, he told her. The restrictions alone will keep us busy enough. Make sure all the prep and set designs are locked in. I don't want anyone scrambling to figure out the shooting approach on day one. After that call, he left Europa. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Macau had given them the green light. The road closures were negotiated. Looks like your vision is coming true again, Pierre said, envy bleeding into his voice. Nobody else could pull off what Wang Feng did. This wasn't just about shaking up the film industry. Wang Feng wanted to change how people experienced movies, to reshape their whole cinematic taste. It might not seem like much to the average person, but the way he saw the world, nobody else could get inside people's heads like that. Murdoch Media has several studios that want to invest and sponsor the project. Here are their official emails. Pierre slid a tablet across the polished desk. We need to respond properly. Tell them if they want to sponsor, they need to talk to the local theaters about screen distribution. Wang Feng knew how theaters worked. They scheduled movies based on popularity and star power. They had Jerry, yes, but the rest of the cast was unproven, a huge gamble on fresh faces. That alone made studios hesitate. If they want a piece of the pie, it's simple, get more screens. There are plenty of theaters out there. He saw no issue. 3D technology was solid now. They could handle both formats with ease. You mean release 2D and 3D versions simultaneously? Pierre finally caught on. Exactly. That was Wang Feng's play. He'd collect revenue from both streams. Theaters with 3D capability would get the 3D version. Those without would run the 2D cut. Either way, people would see the movie. That's what he meant by no interference. From that look on your face, you've already done the math. You know exactly how much this film will make. Pierre assumed Wang Feng's confidence meant the outcome was already a done deal. Wrong. There's still one step left. How wasteful would it be if we didn't have our own cinema chain? Wang Feng's smile barely moved. Building a chain of theaters wasn't a pipe dream. They'd provide the screening rooms. Other movies could screen there too. It was a surefire investment. Nobody did something for nothing. At this point, the only hard part was picking the locations. Where do you want them? Pierre asked. That was the real question. You couldn't change theater sites on a whim. A mistake there meant serious trouble, with no guarantee of recouping costs. Global release, same time. That's non-negotiable, so we build our theaters all over the world. Wang Feng laid it out. They'd need at least 40 of their own theaters to start. The rest would come from distribution deals. Owning their own venues would erase a mountain of headaches. The construction costs alone were staggering. 0.4 billion just to build something half-decent. IMAX screens were even more brutal, well over 100 million each. A single screening room could run tens of millions. Tens of millions is nothing. The venue itself decides everything, Pierre pointed out. Cluster too many in one area, and there might not be enough customers to support them. 10 in the mainland, 10 in Macau, the rest we spread out. Wang Feng's tone left no room for error. If this fell apart, he'd be furious. The distribution made sense. No single market would get overcrowded, and the hype would build globally. If they dumped all 40 on the mainland, it would be way too dense. He couldn't control attendance. So banking on one movie to cover those costs was impossible. The reason I'm putting some in Macau is that our 3 malls there can each host 3 theaters. He'd already mapped it all out. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been this direct. The coastal cities are confirmed. They can provide us with venues. Their urban development is solid. Pierre said the news came straight from Louise. That meant it was locked in. Nothing to worry about. As soon as Wang Feng gave the green light, it was set in stone. Of course I agree. Only an idiot would say no. Tell Louise the 2 of you are fully in charge of this. Unless it's a major crisis, don't run it by me. Wang Feng kept it simple. He was delegating. Why do everything himself? He had far too many other pieces on the board to pour all his energy into just one. Wang Ping'an knew his next move: integrate the businesses. Accelerate the expansion of everything he already controlled. That was the only way to send his industries into orbit, and right now, the risk of serious blowback was close to zero. Don't use convoys for any of the goods, ship everything by air. He had international flights at his disposal. Why let that asset sit idle? He was going to squeeze every advantage out of that route. After all, when logistics cost you nothing, that's as good as it gets. Cargo planes and freight holds offered more than enough storage. Multiple flights a day kept the supply chain solid. Once the planes touched down, ground crews unloaded the goods. Standard global procedure, nothing to question. International Airlines just approved the request, someone reported. Now our goods can move smoothly to every corner of the world. As the largest airline on the planet, International Airlines had made a smart call. Granting Wang Ping'an access to the Love Island market would let them recoup all their losses. At the moment, Love Island had the highest passenger transit volume anywhere, even surpassing the original Mailar. That was something management had never seen coming. The entire corporation now treated Wang Ping'an with extreme respect. No one dared offend him. They even used his requirements as the benchmark when reviewing any request he made. Wang Ping'an has brought us massive benefits, one executive said. And he's got the power to back it up from now on. Open a dedicated shipping channel for him. The proposal sailed through. It had already passed the vote. At this point, pulling out would be harder than pushing forward, Wang Ping'an said. Might as well keep going. He gave Li Changyu and the sales team their orders, seize the other regional markets, and do it fast. The global economy had matured. Holding back now wasn't caution. It was a failure to read the room. They had to push all the way to the edge. Only then would they really understand what it meant to dominate a market. I've thought this through carefully, Li Changyu said. Mailar is giving us the green light. Let's send everyone there. Li Changyu mobilized all the sales representatives, the original veterans of the Shun Group, with them on board. Deals could close fast. And given Wang Ping'an's elevated international standing, any other boss would have to seriously consider whether to refuse him. It's obvious they have no reason to say no, Li Changyu added. Our strength isn't limited to the territories we've already taken. He'd traveled through more countries than most, from the early Pan-Asian economy to today's global marketplace. He knew exactly which steps came next. Wang Ping'an had given them the platform and led the charge. Now it was their turn to deliver. Right then, more good news arrived. The entire electronics industry was beginning to slash prices across the board. The atomic age was over. The information age was about to get another massive boost. All the outdated gear is dropping in price, Wang Ping'an said. In the future, manufacturers and companies will pour everything into researching new energy and high tech. That's obvious. No point overthinking it. The trend can't be stopped. My personal decisions are just part of the current. Then how do we grab market share? Feng Mingdong cut in. Relying on pinching alone isn't enough. He was right. Wang Ping'an might control two leading phone brands, but that didn't stop others from developing their own overseas and on the mainland. Competitors were popping up like weeds. No single person could control that. So monopoly isn't the best strategy, Wang Ping'an said bluntly. It's actually a pretty low-level approach. He didn't hold back. He had no intention of building an empire through monopoly that only brought temporary gains, an illusion he'd rather avoid. What he wanted was to give the entire electronic age a fundamental overhaul. We can make ultra-thin TVs now, can't we? And it's time for information-driven computers to see the light of day. He told the R&D staff that with enough funding, he expected zero mistakes. If they could develop something truly professional, they would do it. Workstations, base stations, signal transmission equipment, put it all on the table. If you've got ideas, bring them to Feng Mingdong immediately. Anything solid, I'll fully back. Wang Ping'an knew the world was about to change in dramatic ways. That was too big for one man to control, so for now, he had to manage everything right in front of him. Only by doing that could he expand every industry he touched. In the information age, food and drink weren't the real game changers. The true trendsetters would be Pingxing and the Shun Group. He was a shareholder in the Shun Group, but he couldn't let the entire market stagnate just because Pingxing was a lone standout. The first problem they had to solve was compatibility. Plenty of systems can't recognize phones with other operating systems, Wang Ping'an said. What's your progress on that? He glanced at Feng Mingdong's R&D team. No one dared answer. This wasn't a simple thing to handle. Boss, we're still working on the compatibility issue, the R&D director finally forced out. Since this involves a car-mounted system, it's way more complicated than usual. I know you've got a lot of problems, but try a different angle. What if the system isn't based on our own OS, but instead is compatible with every operating system on the market? Wang Ping'an smiled. That way, users could smoothly use any device. There was no reason to force them to run only his phones just because they bought his system. Bundled sales pushed production numbers up, but the move was too aggressive. He couldn't afford to look greedy. Reputation came first. I get it. That solves a lot of our issues. System design wraps in 3 days, tops. The blueprint was already locked in, algorithms were solid, structures verified. The only real hurdle was folding their native system into the framework. That was where Chen Cheng's insight changed the game. All they had to do was flip the logic. And that was the green light to go all in. Anything else you're unsure about, if something comes up, you know where to find me. But let's get one thing straight. Those executives might kiss up to us now, but if you blow the deadline, I will not hesitate. Chen Cheng didn't sugarcoat anything. He wasn't about to mistake someone else's politeness for actual good fortune. A company coasting on borrowed goodwill had no foundation. IT would drag every department straight into the ground. Mr. Chen, the marketing push is ready to go. The design department head handed him a tablet. The device had passed testing and ran without errors. IT looked right. The thickness, the shape, the form factor. Exactly how he'd envisioned it, but the touchscreen was a complete disaster. What the hell is this? Someone want to explain what I'm looking at? Chen Cheng's voice sliced through the room. Why was the touch response so pathetic? Mingfeng's face drained of color. He knew exactly what had gone wrong. Sir, we haven't developed multi-touch yet. Right now it only supports single-point input. Then how the hell is anyone supposed to use it? Chen Cheng's tone dripped with disbelief. He couldn't tell if he'd failed to explain himself clearly, or if his team was just being utterly clueless. Multitouch is what gets us to standard. Single point. What's the gap between this and a phone from 5 years ago? You think consumers are stupid? He rarely raised his voice like this. Usually, he kept his temper in check, but this time, Mingfeng and his team had been far too careless. We'll fix it immediately. We'll make sure it handles multi-touch. The designer took the tablet back, sheepish. If the screen won't cooperate, scrap the entire display. Don't get attached to the cost now, because you will really feel it when nobody buys this product. Chen Cheng laid it out without flinching. If he couldn't risk a little to gain a lot, all the goodwill he'd built up would vanish overnight. He was not going to let that happen, absolutely not. So what are you saying? Zhu Kaiyang kept his voice low. He knew no one else would dare speak while Chen Cheng was this furious. Multitouch, the thing needs to feel like a real computer. At minimum, if I drop this piece of junk into the market, people will smash it. It had happened before. A few $1,000s wasn't pocket change for most people. Once a buyer realized the hardware was useless and the specs couldn't compete, they'd never trust the brand again. Those users figure out the tablet isn't what they expected, and you really think they'll line up for round 2? Chen Cheng let out a dry laugh, one eyebrow raised. Sure they will. We just launch an upgrade and hype it to the moon. Zhu Kaiyang figured a failed first try didn't matter much. They still had room to experiment. That is the wrong mindset. We can experiment, but if this product flops, do you honestly believe anyone will touch the next one? He'd made his argument. Now Chen Cheng set the rule that if they couldn't develop it properly, they'd hold off demo release until the product was ready, and if anyone missed the deadline, the entire design and operations departments would cease to exist. He'd made his stance crystal clear: deliver, or get fired, all of them. That was how he operated. He wasn't about to drag deadweight. He'd expected the tablet to blow phones out of the water. Instead, they couldn't even get the screen right, and they figured they could pawn off a half-finished product and dominate the market. Ridiculous. I'm right there with you. Even we wouldn't buy this thing. Pierre's smile was thin. He wasn't impressed either. If he had cash in hand, he'd keep it. I gave them plenty of time. They've gotten too comfortable, forgot what they're supposed to be doing. Once everything wrapped, Chen Cheng headed straight for the Ao Island beachfront he had planning to do. The 2 helicopters now sat on their own landing pads, and some of the shoreline amusement attractions were already up and running. Pierre didn't waste time. We don't need big concrete structures. Cement or even wood works fine, as long as we factor in the seabed's softness. Pierre pointed out that the area was already pulling the heaviest foot traffic anywhere in the region. That works for me. I'm not complaining. Chen Cheng exhaled. At least something was going right, otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with the rest. Honestly, at this stage, there isn't much to second guess. Everything we're doing now is about unifying the entire shoreline. He said it plainly. That was the only way to keep all operations running in sync, and that alone unlocked a lot of doors. Pierre's read on the situation is accurate. So, anything else you want to change? As long as it falls inside this zone, we can break ground immediately. Louise told him the costs stayed manageable with the newest materials they'd sourced. Underwater construction wasn't a fantasy anymore. In that case, put a Ferris wheel right here and light the whole place up. Chen Cheng wanted to turn the shoreline into a nightlife destination, a place where nighttime carried the same pulse as day. Business and entertainment, side by side, there was no reason they couldn't win. Got it. I'm on it. Louise had been an enormous help through Jacqueline's network. She'd managed to connect with a web of nobles. That circle gave her leverage Chen Cheng couldn't easily match. After all, locals on Ao Island got things done a whole lot faster. For the coastal development, we can look at Island Coast, Wang Ping'an said to Pierre. The construction there is top tier. A local firm handled it, I believe. He told Pierre that Island Coast already met international standards. Its beaches alone covered most of the main urban area. Is that right? Pierre had never been. There was plenty he didn't know as well as Wang Ping'an did, so when a new idea came up, he took his time weighing whether it would work. As far as he could see, the current plans were solid enough. Those details aren't the problem, Wang Ping'an said flatly. The real question is whether you can execute them well. He didn't mince words. Most construction was imitation, or quickly on its way to being imitated. You couldn't overhaul every idea the moment you saw a flaw. What they could realistically change was limited, and meaningful innovation wouldn't come easy. But aren't we already innovating? Pierre asked, confused. Changing things? There was no secret trick. Wang Ping'an was leaning on years of experience. His top priority was avoiding detours. Since he'd started in business, he'd barely made a wrong turn. We can be bolder with the coastal development, try things we've never attempted before. He explained that current rendering tech could turn 3D concept models into lifelike simulations. They could check the basics on a computer, saving a huge amount of time compared to breaking ground first. Our experiments are producing results. The whole world is watching. As he spoke, Wang Ping'an walked slowly along the coastline. The area was already packed with visitors from morning till night without a break. Every project followed his plan, the lighting, the decorations, all perfectly arranged. The transformation on Love Island is massive, Pierre said with a heartfelt sigh. The reason nothing happened here for so many years, we lacked someone like you. Wang Ping'an had been the catalyst. From where Pierre stood, countless people had seen things improve. The island's transformation went deeper than the surface. Industries were shifting, living standards and consumption were rising, and even the happiness index was climbing toward its peak. All of it had come from Wang Ping'an's hands, and no one else could have pulled it off. Don't paint me as some kind of savior, Wang Ping'an said. I've told you, I'm just a businessman. He never saw himself as a messiah. The label didn't fit him at all. Go experience it for yourself. I promise you'll get plenty of inspiration. He smiled and bought a ticket. Even though this was his own project, he preferred to walk through it as a customer. To be honest, the Ferris wheel wasn't that impressive. Plenty of those existed around the world. Not exactly everywhere, but common enough. What really stood out was the roller coaster along the seaside. Very few people dared to build one there. Wang Ping'an had already told the engineering team to start designing it. The whole ride didn't need to be long, 5 minutes was enough. I end the End. The coast was just a coast, a sea park. Making it too flashy would feel fake. I'm guessing Jacqueline's underwater world won't be finished anytime soon. Wang Ping'an said it with a wry smile that IT wasn't a technology problem. They needed to clear the surrounding waters and install crash barriers and shark nets on the seabed. Even then, the final plan could shift. Riding underwater in a fully enclosed vehicle wouldn't be much fun, so Wang Ping'an was thinking about using composite glass, reinforced fiberglass, dozens or even hundreds of times harder than tempered glass. Think advanced composite materials, same concept. Mr. Wang, a few Malar merchants want to see you. They're offering technical support. What? Wang Ping'an blinked at Feng Yang that he hadn't asked for technical support. What was going on? When he arrived, he saw the group. They were the same people who provided tech support for his electronics. Mr. Wang, we know you're planning to develop tablets. We can help with a lot of the technical issues. The man got straight to the point. This was critical. Getting Wang Ping'an's approval depended entirely on how well they made their case. So what exactly can you help me with? Wang Ping'an asked, his expression flat. He had no idea what kind of experts these people were. We can provide you with current chip technology, batteries, and screen touch controls. They explained that most electronic screens today had a major flaw: brightness and color accuracy couldn't be balanced. You had to sacrifice one or the other. On top of that, multi-touch screens weren't mainstream yet. And around the world, Wang Ping'an was the only one with the capability to push that technology forward. All right, what do you want in return? Wang Ping'an's calm expression never shifted. His unflappable demeanor surprised the experts. These people could cause a stir anywhere they went, let alone at what they probably saw as a small phone manufacturer. We don't want payment this time. As long as we can help you finish this project, we'd like to stay on full time. Their only goal was to become core R&D members. Nothing else mattered. In today's world, Wang Ping'an's company was the only one with real prospects. No other company came close. Here, they could feel a sense of belonging. Everything else was meaningless. Welcome to Pinching, all three of you. Wang Ping'an shook their hands warmly and arranged for their immediate entry into the R&D department. Once the project succeeded, their base salary would be 10,000 a month. And that was just the floor. It could go higher without a problem. Wang Ping'an knew he needed to cultivate his own talent. Having an R&D team was one thing, making sure these people could fully contribute was another. Feng Yang, you did well on this. Keep recruiting specialists in other fields too. We can develop our own software. Wang Ping'an told him that anything money could solve wasn't a real problem. It was hard to say whether he could really absorb all the talent beating a path to his door. Wang Ping'an's reach stretched across so many industries that specialists who wanted to focus on a single area wouldn't even consider his company. But outside his orbit, the world's top conglomerates had no room for them either. Those giants were terrified of losing core intellectual property. They locked people down tight and demanded yes men. They didn't recruit for raw talent unless they were desperate. For management. Tell them this. Join us, and we'll triple whatever they're making now. As long as they prove their worth. Wang Ping'an didn't see that as extravagant. He knew the price he was offering was sky high. If someone was worth $1 million, He'd pay 3. And he applied that logic across the board. Basically, he took everyone who walked through the door within hours. The entire international market for specialized talent was buzzing. Coming to work for Wang Ping'an and getting a little polish meant triple the return, and a lot of people couldn't ignore that. What's this Wang Ping'an's deal? I keep hearing his name. Griffin, who didn't follow current events closely, hadn't heard of Wang Ping'an before. He's a businessman from mainland China, very capable. The hottest name in global commerce right now. His deputy filled him in. Every major conglomerate was trying to court the guy, but Wang Ping'an was different. He couldn't be bought or bullied. A man like that? I don't buy it. Griffin had spent decades in the business world. He'd seen more self-righteous types than his company had employees, and not one of them was truly immune to pressure or temptation. Everyone had a weak spot. Wang Ping'an was no exception. But Chairman, this Wang Ping'an really is different. He's got money and influence. His deputy explained that Wang Ping'an's total assets already surpassed the top 30 on the wealth rankings, and that didn't even include his unvalued holdings. If you added those in, he could probably break into the top 5. What? Griffin froze. He hadn't expected that. Correct. Based on the latest data, everything Wang Ping'an has done is staggering. We can't even fully assess his operations. Just a few years ago, the name didn't exist. Only in the last 2 years had Wang Ping'an become a public figure. His rise was faster than any corporation or businessman in memory. A company that's a few years old, acquiring firms that have been around for decades. Either he has huge connections, or he's backed by some hidden financial group. Their guess. Wang Ping'an wasn't ordinary. Someone had to be propping him up, otherwise, there was no way he could reach this level, and that alone made people think twice. We thought the same, the deputy said. This Wang Ping'an is no simple character. Everyone agreed. The impression he'd made was unforgettable. Wang Ping'an was indeed anything but simple, too complex for them to evaluate. All right, find a good opportunity to meet him. I want to see what kind of man he really is. Griffin made his decision. He was going to face Wang Ping'an head-on. Whatever demons this guy thought he had, he wouldn't get past Griffin. By the way, he's started recruiting. He's throwing around enormous numbers. A lot of international freelancers are already signing on with him. The news had just come in. Wang Ping'an was posting on all major platforms, saying he wanted like-minded talent. Anyone who could bring hope to the company would be hired at triple their current salary. That man is insane. He's lost his mind. Griffin struggled for words. The way Wang Ping'an operated now was terrifying. Mr. Wang, now that we finally have a chance to get out, you have to show me the current market. Count Jacqueline smiled as he sat down and ordered a coffee. What's there to show? I supply almost all the jewelry in the Chamber of Commerce now. You can see it whenever you want. Wang Ping'an laughed. Why was this guy making small talk? But there's something I'm not sure I should mention, Jacqueline said. Even with our strong market share, a lot of consumers aren't buying. It's becoming a problem. We can't plan properly. There was no need to overthink it. Those issues wouldn't stay issues. They could be solved easily. The market didn't need to be forced. Let it flow naturally. In Wang Ping'an's view, one day he would make it all work. Mr. Wang, If you don't mind me asking, what's your dream? Or your current goal? Right now, I want to spread my businesses across the entire world. Staying in mainland China isn't enough. Wang Ping'an had his eyes on the two polar regions. Hardly anyone had ventured there, that if he could develop those areas, it could make a real difference. He wasn't planning industrial or tourism projects. It was about the ice, permanently sealed ice. That condition alone couldn't be replicated anywhere else. The poles are an unknown frontier, plenty of resources there, but I don't want to destroy them, I want to study them. Wang Ping'an said that in the coming years, different fleets would break the ice, all with the same purpose. If he could assemble a polar expedition team, it would be progress for the whole world, and there were even more complex ventures. Wang Ping'an could handle them. Mela has NASA. I don't, but I can still fund the plan. He told Jacqueline that soon he'd launch a commercial space program, tickets at $1 billion each for a ride around orbit. Your ideas are all over the place, Count Jacqueline said, shaking his head. If I hadn't heard it directly from you, I'd think this was a dream. But nothing Wang Ping'an said seemed impossible. Nothing surprising. A dream only matters if it comes true. That evening, Wang Ping'an handed Jacqueline a proposal that he was going to build his core team. Empty promises don't mean much anymore. People are practical, focused on what works. The old days are over. Nobody holds on to the past, and the people here aren't stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. Mr. Chen, is the triple payoff a real? I can handle the job. The speaker was a woman. Thick-rimmed glasses dominated her face. Chen Cheng's attention locked onto her right away. Forgive me, but what's your prescription? He couldn't help it. He'd never seen lenses that thick before. Most people didn't have vision that bad. Then again, if she ditched the glasses, she might actually look better. That's a little rude, Mr. Chen. Just tell me if I'm qualified or not. The girl wasn't interested in small talk. She wanted an answer. You'd have to tell me what you can do. I don't know anything about you. How am I supposed to give you a suitable position? Chen Cheng smiled faintly. This girl was amusing. My brain works like a superprocessor. I have a photographic memory. I can retain massive amounts of data. She picked up the proposal on Chen Cheng's desk. She flipped through it for maybe 30 seconds, then recited it word for word. I believe you. You're hired. That proposal was something Chen Cheng had just finished, and no one else could have known its contents. The girl froze. Louise appeared to escort her out, handing her a set of casual clothes instead of a company uniform. Pierre, bring her up to speed on our current projects. She's my new secretary from now on. Chen Cheng glanced at Pierre, who dropped what he was doing and walked over. Hiring her was unexpected. She was the company's first official hire, the first person to land the triple salary deal. That honor wasn't for just anyone. Mr. Pierre, what should I do? The girl sounded nervous. Everything was new to her. She moved carefully. That's up to you. The boss doesn't micromanage. Just handle your area and focus on what needs attention. If she couldn't figure it out after hearing that, it wasn't his problem. What Chen Cheng didn't realize was that after he left, she dug through the company's entire history. Every business deal, every transaction, and she drew a conclusion about his next move. Going into offshore entertainment is a solid move. But hiring all those experts can't be just for that. He's probably aiming to push the tech sector forward. She believed Chen Cheng's real endgame was technology, not just phones and tablets. She said all that? Chen Cheng was puzzled, but Louise's expression told him she wasn't lying. Had he just hired a genius? She was a genius. At least in operations, Chen Cheng had to admit he wasn't on her level. Her mind worked like a supercomputer, analyzing data sequences most people never saw. Because of that, their analysis results were crystal clear. She solved a problem I've been stuck on for days. Chen Cheng smiled faintly, then he turned to Louise, his face serious. What's her name? Deng Gan. Such a plain name. Chen Cheng shook his head with a dry smile. But he wasn't about to let talent like that slip away. He needed every brilliant mind he could get. Through Deng Gan's analysis, Chen Cheng became aware of a new threat. Griffin. The man who had his sights fixed on Chen Cheng. Griffin is a true Saint Laurent businessman. His empire stretches across Malar right now. He's the top player in the industry. Deng Gan told Chen Cheng that Griffin was preparing to attack every market belonging to the E Group from now on. They had an enemy. Business rivals are nothing new. I've had hundreds of them over the years. They're not worth worrying about. In the 2 years since his rise, Chen Cheng had faced dozens, if not hundreds, of competitors. If he obsessed over every single one, he'd burn out. So I don't bother thinking about them. They don't affect me. Chen Cheng was blunt. He told Deng Gan not to waste time on people like that. No need to even classify them as enemies. It was pointless. They couldn't afford to waste time on those people. But Deng Gan tried to continue, but Chen Cheng cut her off. He didn't want to hear it. That's what he said. But once he was back in his office, he called Dongmi. He needed everything on Griffin. Boss, you didn't say a word back in the office. Pierre was confused. Clearly Chen Cheng took this seriously, so why shut Deng Gan down? It's her first day. I admit she's impressive, but Griffin is not something to take lightly. Chen Cheng didn't sugarcoat it. He told Pierre that Griffin was a hidden bomb. The impact could be devastating. Griffin isn't simple. His methods are ruthless. If he decides to come after you, it could get ugly. Dongmi explained that Griffin didn't just use sharp business tactics. He had desperate people on his payroll. People who operated outside the law. Come on, no matter who he is, if he makes a move against us, I'll take everything he has. Chen Cheng had the power now. He had the capital to control the entire market. Not just against Griffin. Send 2 Griffins at once, and he'd coordinate a takedown, wipe them all out. I admire your guts, but things aren't that simple. We need to think this through carefully. Dongmi urged Chen Cheng to reconsider. Decisions were easy. Execution was a different story. I get it. Have Pierre follow up for now. We need to focus on their methods. Since they were from Malar, these guys wouldn't be pushovers. They'd probably start with Chen Cheng's overseas assets. This city has been internationally famous as a racing hub since the 70s. Street culture and racing are baked into its DNA. Griffin turned to the bosses beside him, making sure they knew he was the top dog in this racing city. Every year, over 3,000 top-tier racers come out of here. They race for elite clubs. I guarantee our events are the best shows you'll ever see. One boss shook his head, clearly skeptical. Anyone paying attention knew this year's world champion was Jones, Wang Chongsheng's driver. He'd shattered Malar's undefeated streak. Honestly, what Wang Changxing is building right now is way more impressive. What do you have to say for yourself? The boss didn't hold back. They were here to negotiate, and they needed to set the tone from the start. I'm not making excuses, but let's be real, Wang Changxing just used his resources to give his driver a shot. Griffin refused to chalk it up to luck. Not on his home track next year, that championship was coming right back. Enough talk. Let's look at reality. If we invest, how many projects are actually available? The bosses cut straight to the chase. They didn't want to dance around with Griffin. The way he ran his mouth was already killing their interest. Plenty of projects. The question is whether you can make them work. Malar was at its absolute peak, Griffin added, and Island Coast now pulled in more daily visitors than any other integrated tourist city in the world. Forget the rest. Does that Love Island project of Wang Changxing's even come close to us? Not even close. Griffin produced a set of freshly printed reports, comparing Love Island and Island Coast across every metric: visitor traffic, spending power, wealth index, and every category. Island Coast blew Love Island out of the water. They weren't even in the same league. Facts speak for themselves. I don't need to add anything. The truth is right here. Those numbers couldn't be faked. The bosses could easily verify them themselves. What they didn't know, Love Island had been under construction for barely 2 weeks. Island Coast had decades of cultural history and scattered investments backing it. You couldn't compare that to a brand new city with almost no buildings and no mature commercial system, a place still depending on a handful of stores and a beach to pull in tourists. And most of those tourists were locals, which meant the spending power was decent but not exceptional. Even though Griffin hadn't said any of that out loud, he knew exactly what he was doing. Island Coast needed a comeback. If they built out everything, they'd bury Wang Changxing's project. Everyone knows the score by now. Wang Changxing isn't someone you just push around. He's got real power, Griffin's assistant muttered, worried his boss was pushing too hard and causing trouble. That doesn't matter. Do you have any idea how powerful we'll be once we secure this? Money. Griffin snapped. He knew exactly how much capital those bosses had. That was the only reason he could pull this off perfectly. Without that funding, building anything would be pointless. They'd be better off hosting more races and rigging a few offshore betting pools. I heard Griffin's making his move. He invited a bunch of businessmen to Island Coast. Pierre had good intel, proof he'd been keeping tabs on Malar for a while. He probably figured out what I'm planning, Wang Changxing said confidently. It wasn't hard to guess how Griffin was operating. The truth was simple. Building a coastal city isn't much different from a beach resort, especially for a tourism-driven economy. The parallels were obvious. So you're saying Griffin is copying us? Pierre asked, confused. This wasn't good news for him, especially given Griffin's lousy attitude. The guy had zero respect for them. He's in Malar, we're on Love Island, thousands of miles apart. Why should I care? Besides, he's wooing businessmen, not consumers. That's a completely different game. Wang Changxing laid out the main difference. They had an island. Griffin was stuck with a coastal inland city. That said it all. One had deep street culture and a rich history. The other was fresh, unexplored. People were curious about what could pull such a crowd once they visited. They'd spend money without thinking twice. Even if they didn't get everything perfect, word of mouth would carry them. Consumers will always be far more powerful than any businessman. There's no doubt about that. Wang Changsheng smiled and told Pierre to pour some hot tea. The weather was sweltering. Hot tea would help them cool down. Forget that. I've got something better, Dongni said, pulling iced herbal tea from the fridge. Nice. So old Jiang didn't bust you, huh? That was old Jiang's herbal tea. It hadn't officially launched on Love Island yet. Isn't it kind of awful? Pierre wrinkled his nose. The taste was strange to him. It's great. Wang Changsheng urged him to take a sip. The first sip was always a shock for most people, but served iced, it was different. The flavor stayed sharp and the texture was smoother. Funny thing, the tea's sales had already surpassed their original juice brand. Wang Changsheng hadn't seen that coming. They were probably just one step away from exporting globally. You know what? It's actually pretty good. Why isn't it sold on Love Island? Pierre asked, puzzled. With Pierre's approval, they pushed the coconut water and herbal tea straight into the market. Whether the launch took off wasn't their call. The market would decide. Strong numbers meant a win, but if the people on Love Island didn't bite, if they didn't buy, there was nothing they could do about it right now. We're just testing the waters, Wang Ping'an admitted. No point sugarcoating it. If this hadn't been a soft launch, he wouldn't have been so cautious. Mainland tastes didn't transplant easily. Let's start with 10,000 bottles, see what the market says. Dongni's plan was 1,000 per city, so not every location got supply. They released 20,000 bottles total between the two drinks all at once. Sales data and feedback would come in fast, direct, no guesswork. The islanders went wild. Everyone assumed Wang Ping'an had imported the drinks, so they all wanted a taste. And the price was ridiculously cheap, half what locals paid for milk. No import tax, so we can price it the same as on the mainland, Wang Ping'an told Pierre. That was the whole strategy, and it only worked because of Jacqueline. Without her, getting these products into the market would have been a nightmare. The response is insane. I saw our stuff on every street corner today. Louise burst in, breathless with excitement. She'd picked up 2 bottles herself, though she preferred the coconut water. Not a fan of the herbal tea. Island palates aren't big on sweet. Wait for the coastal feedback. I guarantee herbal tea will crush every other brand out there. Wang Ping'an said it with absolute certainty. Betting against that would be an insult to his instincts. From what he saw, herbal tea was about to sweep the entire Western market. He added, let's push the full line. We've got warehouses full of stock. Just pull it out and go retail. Wang Ping'an moved fast, giving no one time to breathe. He knew riding this wave could build every brand at once. Love Island wasn't the mainland. It was a tourist hub, pulling in every type of consumer. Catching fire here would pave the way into other cities. Each step connected, and he could already see exactly where he was headed. I think this is a win, Pierre said, at least compared to our cosmetics. This is something everyone can get behind. The numbers already screamed the truth. Day 1, Love Island drained most of the production. By day 2, all 20,000 bottles would be gone, which meant immediate restock orders. No marketing spend, no ads. Every shop had installed extra refrigerators crammed with ice-cold drinks, And they'd set aside a whole shelf just for Wang Ping'an's herbal tea. Count Jacqueline frowned. What is this? Smells like gin. It's not alcohol. It's a drink, try it. Jacqueline handed the glass to her father. She wanted his honest take. Tastes a little strange, but drinking it makes me feel really good, like everything inside just opens up, he said. And he wasn't exaggerating. Whose idea was this? It's got a kick. No question about it. Point one look at the label and he knew. Wang Ping'an again. That Wang Ping'an. First he corners our tourism and construction, and now he's going after our mouths. He said it with a laugh, but it was a good outcome. After all these years, the island's strength could finally break free. They could turn the whole coastal city into a model. Wang Ping'an really does have the ability. I noticed that from the start, Jacqueline said. Whether it was beauty products or jewelry, everything he touched made a splash. Even the commercial buildings that had sat empty were now thriving because of him. The revenue is impressive, and it's boosted our own income, she added. Count Jacqueline nodded in firm agreement. But a man like that wasn't from their country. If she had the power, she'd keep him here forever, but he'd never agree. Once the Love Island business wrapped, his next move was always outward. Latin America. The polar regions. Hard to say, Mr. Wang. The polar study plan we launched is already attracting top professionals, Deng Gan reported. We even have listed companies wanting to invest. Money's the easy part. What they can bring to the table is what matters. Wang Ping'an's smile was thinned. If throwing cash at the problem could solve everything, he wouldn't need these people. He needed icebreaker ships, researchers, experts, top medical staff. Those were the core pieces. Missing even one wasn't an option. Without them, no amount of money would launch the Polar Development Project. The constraints were too big. That's what I told them. 17 experts have already reached out, wanting to join. She suggested letting Pierre handle the interviews. No, you handle it. This is your responsibility. I want you to think through all the staffing needs, salaries and benefits, yours to set. The delegation stunned Deng Gan. She'd never expected such high-level authority so soon. Real power. Mr. Wang, you sure you trust her with this? Even Pierre was thrown by the move. Nothing wrong with it. She's capable. I'm never wrong about people. 100 billion in investment, are you sure? Louise could barely believe the number. The world had no shortage of investors, but almost no one asked for as much as Wang Ping'an. 100 billion, enough to drain every liquid asset federal savings had and pour it into R&D. It's not that simple. Pinching technology exists to develop new tech, not to gamble on some wild adventure. Wang Ping'an corrected her thinking. There were countless directions they could take, smart technologies, devices, machinery. Everything was moving toward greater intelligence. The profit margins on those products would be substantial, and the target audience wouldn't shift much either. So you're telling me you're ready to dump 100 billion into research and development? Louise shot back. Do you have any idea how long it'll take to earn that back? Deng Gan had already run the numbers. Based on Wang Ping'an's current influence and initial user retention, 50 billion a year was completely doable. And that's with low demand. If the market opens up even better than Nokia's did, we'll break even inside a year. Deng Gan's calculations were lightning fast. Wang Ping'an never had to dwell on the details. She was a superbrain. Her processing power rivaled the most advanced chip's brother, 100 billion into pinching technology. You really need to think about this. At worst, we should just bring in outside investors. Pierre figured if they brought in investors and kept their own shares, things would move along smoothly. Plenty of people respected Wang Ping'an's reputation enough to trust him. Their money wouldn't just disappear. You honestly think I'm going to lose? Wang Ping'an let out a laugh. There was no way he was losing. He never took on something he wasn't certain about. It's not about winning or losing. This is genuinely uncontrollable. Pierre was blunt. He told Wang Ping'an that if this were any other industry, he'd support it 100%. But this wasn't as simple as he imagined, which is exactly why you should trust me. I've already decided 100 billion from federal savings, and the company launches today. Start the marketing push. The primary and secondary markets were already buzzing. Wang Ping'an moved fast, joining forces with Baker to promote the new venture. With a dozen top experts all hired, the pay packages alone turned heads, triple the industry's highest salary. Almost no other company dared to meet those numbers head-on. And when they were dealing with someone like Wang Ping'an, it only confirmed the goal was worth fighting for. Sure enough, the results matched their expectations. Wang Ping'an's capital injection was unprecedented. The research has to be solid. Even though it's on our island, security has to be airtight. Wang Ping'an ordered top-level alerts across the maritime zone near Australia. On the surface, the island was a tourist destination, but deep underground, laboratories were already being excavated, so deep no one could feel a thing. Nearly 1,000 hectares. A research park this size. There can't be many in the world. Pierre brought up the report. Everything was officially registered. Good work. At least now I can see the future taking shape. Wang Ping'an gave a faint smile for him. This was one small step forward. Following Deng Gan's plan, they systematically reassigned all personnel. IT was the only way to stay directly connected to the latest developments. Because of those conditions, they could track how much the current tech had improved. Wang Ping'an integrated home use and commercial applications into a single system. Even if a lot of our blueprints leak, it won't matter. Based on our tech leads, those consumer versions aren't easy to develop anyway. The R&D budget was right there. They weren't overreaching, and they would definitely deliver more than the money was worth. Will future tech replace the service industry? Louise asked, puzzled. She was studying Wang Ping'an's design sketches, the prototype of a floor-cleaning robot, but the internals needed the experts to balance things out, at least to shrink the size. It won't replace. It'll just cut down on daily household cleaning. Wang Ping'an explained that it only saved time during effective working hours. With infrared sensors, it could accurately measure distance differences. Beyond that, there wasn't much distinction. So you're betting on robots and smart speakers to change the market? Louise clicked on Wang Ping'an's promotional video. The speakers on screen could be controlled by voice recognition and linked via Bluetooth. That alone was enough to crush the so-called smart devices currently on the market. That's not enough. You have to keep our cost in mind. We can't price them too high, so the sound quality will be average. Wang Ping'an was honest. If you compared them to speakers at the same price point, the competitors would definitely have better sound. So on top of that, They'd optimize Bluetooth transmission speed and perfect the smart controls at least in a side-by-side comparison. They'd be able to showcase their strengths. Consumers aren't that picky, right? Nobody expects a few $100 device to sound like a $1,000 one. Louise didn't think people were that unreasonable. She'd never met anyone like that. You can't generalize. Not everyone's going to buy it, and everyone's value system is different. There would always be people who didn't like it. Wang Ping'an couldn't control what they'd say. All he could do was perfect his approach and make sure his reputation stayed intact. That's all I needed to hear. I thought you didn't know how to handle this. Louise gave a wry smile. Wang Ping'an had peaked from day one, and that peak had lasted a long time. Now he was throwing 100 billion at this. That alone would make the whole world focus on him again. If he couldn't pull it off perfectly, none of it would matter. Honestly, there's no need to worry too much. I guarantee, starting next month, our products will hit the electronics market like a tidal wave. Wang Ping'an's company still held the banner of a national icon, but its R&D had moved offshore long ago. The name and headquarters, though, stayed right where they were. That was all he needed. The ability to claim the product was independently developed on home soil. 1 month to develop and hit mass production. Even as she said it, Louise didn't believe a word. Wang Ping'an was gambling big. Everyone in the company saw the risk. Everyone but one. Deng Gan wasn't arguing. Mr. Wang won't lose. These sectors are the future. They're going to rip the electronics market apart. She saw the play clearly. Wang Ping'an was weaponizing rock-bottom costs to compete on value. IT would let him claw back market share from the luxury brands, and the competition couldn't do a thing about it. Their price points weren't even in the same universe. Wang Ping'an wasn't worried about a price war. It would never happen. With the massive R&D costs they'd already poured in, their pricing was more than reasonable, unprecedented, even. But what if a product with identical functions cost almost nothing to make and needed almost no maintenance or updates? The market would turn ugly fast. Most people would pick the better value. Even the major brands knew better than to slash prices. Cut too deep, and their existing customers would revolt. Cut too shallow, and it looked like a hollow gesture. Either way, a double-edged sword, and they were stuck with it. A double-edged sword. I don't care about that. What I care about is a stable market. Pierre said if they became the industry leader, the future would be blindingly bright, but any negative fallout could spiral fast. Their costs were so low that their prices defined their margins. Whether they'd recover those 10 billion was still an open question. The things I design never fail. Wang Ping'an wasn't exaggerating. He could say that and mean it. Not bragging, stating a fact. From the start of his career, he'd invested in dozens of companies and personally developed over 1,000 products. Every single one had exploded in its field and built a loyal following. There isn't a single entrepreneur on the market right now who can match my track record. My undefeated streak. It's going to continue. Deng Gan gave a soft clap. I ran the numbers. If we launch globally first, we'll absolutely boost sales, but after-sales support is going to be a nightmare. She pointed out the obvious. They didn't have stores or service centers in most places. Once they factored in those costs, they might not even be able to keep up. Start with the mainland, Wang Ping'an said. We've got plenty of land and commercial properties. 1 service point per city. By service point, he meant flagship stores. Everything else would move through online sales. Domestically, they'd push through mainland e-commerce platforms. Overseas, they'd leverage foreign import channels. Or customers could buy directly in Macau, or pay at locations with physical stores if someone wanted to buy. There was always a way, but the key was breaking into the market first. If they couldn't manage that, all this effort would be for nothing. Wang Ping'an needed to push the international markets hard. I've already sent Wang Khan to Mela. We'll hear back soon. Old Jew, you head over and lock down the locations. I don't need every city covered, just the key commercial hubs. He was talking about throwing money at the problem right now. Anyone trying to jack up prices on him was asking for trouble. But one massive problem remained: Los Santos. We can't give up on Los Santos, Pierre said with a bitter smile. Even though Griffin was circling the city like a vulture, it was the biggest tourist destination in the world. It carried too much weight. Then what do you suggest we do about negotiations? Wang Ping'an asked, smiling. It clearly wasn't an easy question. I heard Mr. Wang has connections with the Federal Reserve Bank, Deng Gan said. You could talk to them. The bank isn't a pushover, but this kind of thing is still manageable. At the very least, it would help us avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble and keep Griffin from making any obvious moves. Then handle it. Wang Ping'an handed her a business card. He had no interest in seeing the bank president himself, not for any big reason, he just didn't like Rochester. No problem on my end, but what title am I representing? Deng Gan was sharp, she knew when to push for a raise. You're representing me, the vice president of our company. Wang Ping'an promoted her on the spot. Her position was now second only to his. She'd leapfrogged Pierre and Zhu Kaiyang, landing right on their level. When you get to Mela, contact old Zhu. He'll set everything up for you. Rochester should make some gesture. We don't have much time, Deng Gan added. She was smart, she knew exactly how to handle the negotiation. Honestly, sometimes Wang Ping'an felt he couldn't match her. The sheer guts she showed were incredible. At least she was someone who could really get things done at his side. After she left, Wang Ping'an glanced at Pierre with a smirk. Be honest, what do you all think of Deng Gan? I think she's solid. She's got your shadow, Louise said. She figured Deng Gan was a capable player. Whether she could become a real entrepreneur was still unknown, but under her watch, no one would be taking advantage of the company. And she was right. While Wang Ping'an split his forces 3 ways to take the Mela market, Griffin had already launched his counterattack. You know, these people have no manners, coming to my turf and throwing a tantrum. Do they think I'm some pushover? In Griffin's eyes, Wang Ping'an was dead set on making a scene in his backyard, maybe even stepping on him in the process. Keynes has run out of patience. He didn't respond to us. The assistant handed over the list of businessmen they'd been trying to recruit, all of them people with a grudge against Wang Ping'an. Keynes is a clown. Honestly, if I was tied to him, I'd worry about our whole operation going under. Griffin let out a bitter laugh. He really believed it was possible. Miss Deng Gan. Mr. Chen told me why you're here. Good to meet you. Rochester didn't underestimate the woman in front of him. She was young, but she was the chairman's vice president, second only to the man himself. That put her on his level. "You're too kind, Mr. Rochester. Mr. Chen had something urgent come up. Couldn't make it. He sends his best and says he'll come himself next time." Deng Gan's words landed perfectly, polite enough to smooth over any slight, strategic enough to make the ask feel inevitable. "So what can I do for you?" Rochester knew she hadn't come for small talk. This was business. "We just poured 10 billion into R&D. Now we need flagship stores across Malar. Most locations are straightforward, but there's one place we're not sure how to approach." She gave a thin smile. Rochester already knew which place. Of course he did. All of Malar was talking about it. Los Santos. On paper, it should have been simple. But Griffin had pulled local business owners into a tight alliance. A united front. Without them, walking into Los Santos would be a no-brainer. With them standing in the way, Rochester had to think twice. "I thought pride might make you hesitate, Mr. Rochester, but our boss told me your relationship is strong. He knew you'd back us." Deng Gan was bluffing. She had to corner him. It worked. With those words hanging in the air, Rochester couldn't easily refuse. The chairman had dropped his name. That telegraphed exactly how much this partnership mattered. If Rochester didn't help, the deal was dead. Plenty of others were already lining up to work with them. "You really think Deng Gan can close Rochester?" The chairman wasn't monitoring anything. He was just reading the room. "Hard to say. You know who Rochester is, head of a top-tier family, chief of federal savings. A man like that doesn't hand out favors to just anyone." Pierre figured the chairman himself would struggle in person. Deng Gan alone, they weren't on the same playing field. "You can talk nonsense all you want, but don't get careless. I think Deng Gan has real skill. You're just biased." The chairman shot them a look. Every partner and subordinate he had, he'd recruited personally. They all came from solid backgrounds with industry recognition. But Deng Gan was the only one who'd joined through a standard hiring process. And she'd risen faster than anyone. 2 days to vice president. "Nobody saw that coming. No objections from us. We're with you. That Deng Gan is sharp." After the hire, the chairman called a brief meeting. 2 directors, the key players were there. They all agreed Deng Gan could handle it, as long as she could read the chairman's mind. The truth, out of every executive, expert, and specialist in the company, not one could guess what the chairman was thinking. They had no clue what his next move would be. Only Deng Gan could. If someone like that wasn't fit to be vice president, who was? "You're all too impatient. This doesn't happen overnight. Take some time. Figure out where you stack up compared to her." The chairman smiled, stood up, and left the office. He had somewhere to be. The guys were all out of town. It was just this crew celebrating a colleague's birthday. The chairman had linked up with old Jiang and the others on an island, then flew straight to Malar. That's right. He was heading to Malar too. Los Santos. He got 3 accounting certifications this year, taught himself 3 languages on top of that. Old Jiang told the chairman that with that kind of drive, the colleague had more than earned his spot in the company's finance department. Putting him in charge of finances was the best call I ever made. Holding down the fort alone isn't easy. That colleague ran the entire headquarters and industrial park by himself. His job went way beyond basic accounting in a sense. He was the chairman's stand-in. He's already in Los Santos. Looks like we're running late. Old Jiang gave a rueful smile. The chairman had insisted on gathering the crew from the city on the island first. I heard Los Santos is a man's paradise, #1 tourist city in the world. A junior employee had never been. None of them had. First time for everyone. Everything felt fresh. Finally. I've been waiting forever. The colleague threw his arms around the chairman, and they all traded greetings. Not gonna lie, I've been dealing with some local boss here in Los Santos. Guy named Griffin. Has been a pain at every turn. The chairman smiled, a little dry, but this trip was about relaxing. He wasn't going to let business sour the mood. Los Santos was something else. Street races everywhere. I'm telling you, if a friend opened a shop here, he'd crush it. I've watched the races. Those guys' cars don't come close to ours. The colleague didn't hold back. He tracked every move the company made. Everything the chairman decided pushed their industry chain forward. Not everyone could do that. Together, they could replicate an entire business ecosystem maybe, but what I've been deep into lately is new tech. If we could launch it here, that'd really be something. The chairman chose the restaurant. Fancy spots were everywhere, mostly aimed at tourists, expensive and terrible food. Locals knew better, so the chairman and his crew went to the most luxurious hotel in Los Santos instead. Tonight's on me, order whatever you want. Getting away was rare. The executives dropped their usual guard. Everyone tore through the menu. This sudden break feels incredible. Dealing with all those contracts is such a grind. The junior employee grumbled. He'd dealt with every type of person you could imagine. Welcome to North Carolina's premier car dealer. What are you looking for today? The manager's tone was professionally courteous, the kind reserved for serious buyers. This dealership commanded respect because everyone who walked through its doors had assets measured in billions, not millions. What's your most expensive car? Wang Ping'an asked, scanning the showroom. $200 million. It's a Pegassi. The manager launched into his sales pitch. The Pegassi was a brand new release, limited to 10 units worldwide. Buying one was practically an investment, and they only had 2 in stock. Wang Ping'an frowned. Those 2 haven't sold yet? He'd assumed the spending power here was insane. 2 cars still on the lot felt like a letdown. It's not that simple. We're a top dealer, but nobody impulse buys a $200 million car. Most models aren't even kept in inventory. Having 2 on site gives us a massive advantage. The manager added that no other region got that privilege. North Carolina really was a paradise for wealth. Let me see it. I'll take a test drive. Wang Ping'an gestured for the manager to pull the car around. He'd never seen a Pegassi in person. The design was a radical departure from tradition. Scissor doors had been replaced by butterfly wings, and the engine was heavily upgraded. Using this car for a street race would be a waste. But honestly, no one's bought one yet. The price is steep, and it's not a business model. So demand's thin. Even the ultra-rich heirs don't want to drop $200 million on this thing, the manager said. Feng Yang leaned in. Bro, you're seriously thinking about buying this? $200 million. Before their tech project, Wang Ping'an could buy whatever he wanted, but right now, their accounts barely had enough liquidity. Tying up $200 million would completely screw them. I'm just interested. And we won't be the ones paying for it. Wang Ping'an smiled faintly and told the manager to reserve the car. He wanted it. We don't require a deposit. Just pay before someone else buys it. The manager's attitude was relaxed. Almost nobody actually bought these cars. People came to look. Some didn't even dare to test drive $200 million worth of machinery. A scratch could be catastrophic. Feng Mingdong lowered his voice. Who exactly do you think is going to gift us this? The whole thing felt sketchy. I guarantee you, within 3 days, either Griffin or Rochester will deliver it. Wang Ping'an sounded completely confident. Whenever he was sure about something, it happened. This was no different. There was no room for luck. That was exactly how it worked. The car was so expensive that even plenty of rich people balked. Those who couldn't afford it didn't bother looking at all. Honestly, the car is incredible. For $200 million, it looks way more impressive than those $10 million luxury cars. Feng Yang laughed, but he wouldn't even consider buying it. He knew his place. He never reached for what he couldn't handle. Besides, people richer than him weren't buying. Why should he bother? That afternoon, they found a shady patio and ordered drinks. I planned on knocking back a few cocktails. The bartenders here are top-notch. Feng Mingdong had done his research. You couldn't visit North Carolina without diving into the bar scene. Just north of the city center sat a small bar that wasn't huge, but it had the highest daily traffic. The key was the price. A single drink could run over $1,000. Specialty cocktails hit tens of thousands per glass. People really spend that much. That's more than aged wine from the 60s. Feng Yang couldn't believe it. He'd never heard of prices like that. Think about it. How much is a 1961 red? A glass of this costs tens of thousands. You might get 7 or 8 glasses from a bottle if you pour generously. If you're sipping, it's even more wasteful. That lifestyle is way out of my league. You high rollers go ahead. I'll stick with something cheap. Feng Yang followed them inside anyway, but when he saw the menu, the cheapest option wasn't what he'd imagined. A standard glass of whiskey was $3,000. He couldn't taste anything special. Was this the magic of money? He didn't feel a thing. Maybe it was watered down. It's all about the atmosphere. Do you know why their drinks are so expensive? Wang Ping'an asked, smiling. No clue. I didn't see any reviews online. Feng Mingdong shook his head. The internet said the drinks here were unique, expensive, and delicious. This bar had sat at the top of North Carolina's rankings forever, never losing its crown because the people who drink here aren't ordinary. Wang Ping'an walked toward a private room, slipping a check to the waiter, who immediately led the way. Since the clientele was exclusive, so was the pricing. You tipped at least the cost of your drink. If you wanted to conduct business, the numbers soared far beyond tens of thousands. Sir, Griffin is in here. The waiter bowed and retreated quickly, not wanting to be spotted. As Wang Ping'an and his group stepped inside, Griffin froze. The women around him scattered instantly. Who are you? No one walks into my space without permission. Don't you know that? Griffin's voice dropped to ice. Several bodyguards surged forward. Hold on. Wang Ping'an's voice was calm. My name is Wang Ping'an. I'm just here for a drink. That's all. He met Griffin's cold stare. No special request, just a drink. Griffin's eyes narrowed. The bodyguards didn't move. Griffin let out a cold laugh and shot back at Wang Ping'an. What the hell are you playing at? I don't have any wine for you here. Show some damn self-respect and get lost. The last thing Griffin expected was Wang Ping'an standing right in front of him, Moving that fast, it was a face he'd seen way too many times, a face that made his teeth grind every single time. Fine. Order whatever you want. Griffin's buying. Wang Ping'an sat down with a smile, listening to Feng Yang and Wang Feng place their orders. Those two had just been crying broke, but now they weren't holding back at all. They went straight for the most expensive bottles. And Griffin couldn't refuse to pay in front of his enemies. If he nickel and dimed over something like this, word would spread and he'd be mocked into the ground, so he swallowed his pride, no matter how much it burned. Everyone, thank Mr. Griffin. He's the king of this city. After all, remember, if you ever want a drink, this is the place. Wang Ping'an, what exactly are you playing at? I'll buy you a drink, but you'd better show some damn respect. Griffin was furious, not because Wang Ping'an just cost him a couple $100,000, but because the bastard brought an entire crew to freeload off him. It was a clear statement. He didn't give a damn about Griffin. Mr. Griffin, I don't think we're that close. We just sat down to drink together. Wang Ping'an gave a faint smile. What's your latest target? He was genuinely curious. There weren't many men like Griffin left. The guy didn't just want to control this city, he was reaching everywhere, even trying to steal Wang Ping'an's business. This city isn't yours for the taking. You're not welcome here, so finish your drinks and get the hell out. Griffin's voice dripped with contempt. Wang Ping'an was like a sticker he couldn't peel off, and it disgusted him. That's where you're wrong. I came here because I want to turn this place into the world's second largest tourist city, so I need to talk it over with you. How do you think we can drag down the local economy? Wang Ping'an grinned, deliberately getting under Griffin's skin. Once Griffin got worked up, he'd let something slip. Wang Feng and Feng Yang already had their phones aimed right at him. What did you say? Say that again if you've got the gut. In that instant, Griffin's fist came swinging hard toward Wang Ping'an. The next second, Wang Ping'an fell backward, hitting the ground. What the hell? Why'd you hit him? Wang Feng slammed into Griffin, shoving him back, then immediately dialed emergency services. Feng Yang had already sent the footage to the local authorities. The incident was now under investigation. You guys, I didn't hit him, I swear I didn't touch him. Griffin was stunned, his fist hadn't even made contact, and Wang Ping'an had already crumpled to the floor. He hadn't touched the guy at all. You think that matters? You hit him, and this isn't going to end well. Wang Feng grabbed Griffin and held him down. Within minutes, the authorities arrived. We need to get him to the hospital. His condition doesn't look good. Who did this? An officer glanced at Griffin. No doubt about it, he was the one. The video has already been sent to your office. If you need a copy, I can send it over. It'll be all over the city soon enough. Feng Yang smiled, his eyes gleaming with cunning. They'd come here specifically to set Griffin up, and the poor bastard hadn't seen it coming. He had no idea how badly things had already spiraled. Please, let me explain, I didn't actually touch him. Staring at the evidence, Griffin's head throbbed. Both video angles were perfectly chosen, and the timing of Wang Ping'an's fall lined up too neatly. Even Griffin almost believed he'd punched Wang Ping'an when he watched the footage, but it was too late. The hospital had already taken samples and found Griffin's fingerprints on Wang Ping'an's face, and Wang Ping'an had been admitted to the ICU. What the hell? A little scratch like that puts him in the ICU? Griffin was completely thrown. The words slipped out before he could stop them. The officers caught that statement. So you admit he was injured? Everything lined up perfectly. Wang Ping'an's legal team was already filing charges against Griffin. They weren't interested in an apology, only monetary compensation. Do you have any idea how much our entire group makes in a single day? If Boss Wang doesn't wake up for even 1 minute, you can't afford the loss. Wang Feng was a born actor. They'd originally planned to take Griffin's car, but per local regulations, money would settle it. Still, a car didn't come cheap, and Griffin wouldn't just hand it over, so they needed to push his buttons, force him to dig deep into his pockets. People only cracked under pressure. Without it, how would Griffin ever cough up 8 million? Soon, every faction connected to Wang Ping'an, international bodies, Love Island, Times Chamber of Commerce, started issuing public statements. The truth couldn't be buried. Someone was deliberately fanning the flames. I really don't want this to become a business taboo. Griffin lowered his voice and called his assistant, telling him to handle it. Boss, we can't stop it anymore. The only option is to see what Wang Ping'an's side demands. The assistant told Griffin there was no turning back now. The only way to salvage his reputation was to pay up and make peace with Wang Ping'an. Make peace with him? I'll just give him money, find out how much he wants. Griffin felt a wave of relief. Money could solve a lot of problems, but sometimes it wasn't enough. It all depended on whether Wang Ping'an would accept it. If his apology isn't sincere, Boss Wang won't wake up. He made this mess, he has to fix it. Feng Yang said it with satisfaction. He'd been itching to take this bastard down for a long time. If Griffin didn't still serve some purpose, he'd have made sure the guy was ruined for good. The man had no reason to exist, he only dragged the whole city down. $200 million? Griffin nearly choked on the hospital steps. What kind of treatment costs that much? You've got to be joking. He kept pushing the doctor. He wasn't stupid, he wasn't about to let himself get scammed. That's what their legal team is demanding, and I just found out you're the one who hit him. The doctor's tone shifted. The look he gave Griffin made it clear he thought the man was a joke. You'll deal with their lawyers, they said. Cooperate, or they sue. Wang Ping'an's influence ran deep. Within 30 minutes of his admission, over 100 calls had poured into his hospital room, all from the private numbers of Meila's top executives. The hospital director couldn't believe it. A foreigner getting assaulted had set off an avalanche. I have to know who's in that bed, a nurse asked. The attending doctor shook his head fast. Don't ask. The most powerful businessman from the mainland, Wang Ping'an. The name wasn't new to anyone. He'd been making waves across Meila for months. He was the man who'd single-handedly dismantled the Keynes group. If that was the patient, no one had to worry. A man like that had too many powerful people invested in keeping him alive. The Meila government even stepped in, demanding every effort be made to save him. Except Wang Ping'an was perfectly fine. He'd just taken a nap in the VIP suite. How are you holding up? Feng Yang asked quietly. Tired. No energy. Wang Ping'an let out a dry laugh. Nothing unusual, everyone felt that way waking up. He was no different. No need to make a big deal of it, but to sell the drama and squeeze Griffin for 200 million, Wang Ping'an had to play his part. I'm not paying 200 million, no way in hell. Griffin stormed back into the hospital lobby. He told the lawyers to take it up with his rep if they had a problem right then. Feng Yang uploaded the entire conversation. The media exploded. Los Santos might be a small city, but it was a special one. What happened today had already devoured Malar's attention. After those two videos went viral, the international buzz turned into a firestorm out of control. Even the businessman who'd once backed Griffin pulled away. His own shareholders called a press conference demanding he apologize and pay compensation. "Are you all insane? 200 million, I'm not giving him a cent." Griffin screamed into his phone, feeling like they'd completely shut him out. "I don't care what you think, that if you don't pay, we pull our investment." The shareholders were unshakable. Griffin would have to use his personal funds and make sure the company was completely distanced from the scandal. The company's money wasn't his alone, that it belonged to every shareholder, and they weren't about to let him touch it. For the first time, Griffin understood what it felt like to be completely abandoned. That if this kept up, his heart wouldn't survive the strain. Fine. Don't push me, that I'm telling you, I'm in a bad spot right now. He laid it out bluntly. If they had the guts, they could impeach him at the press conference. He wasn't interested in being chairman anyway. "We won't impeach you. Public sentiment is completely against you. Think about the rest of your life, Griffin." According to the official ruling, Griffin was guilty of intentional injury, with an appalling attitude and a refusal to compensate. They were set to arrest him immediately unless he paid and apologized to settle privately. International pressure was too intense. No boss in Los Santos had ever dared to stand up to Griffin like this. "You all want me dead, don't you? Fine. I'll pay." Griffin wired the 200 million to Wang Ping'an on the spot. Then he paid every medical bill in full. If he could help it, he never wanted to see Wang Ping'an again. That bastard was pure poison, crushing him at every turn. "Thank you, Mr. Griffin, but let me warn you, our boss's emotional state is extremely unstable. If something sets him off, you're finished." Feng Yang handed over the psychological evaluation. Wang Ping'an's score was 0. Highly irritable, easily triggered. "I understand," Griffin muttered through clenched teeth. Then he got in his car and drove away. "Ridiculous. They all set me up, they played me." Griffin exploded in the driver's seat. The shareholders still hadn't returned to the office. "Don't get angry, boss. Right now you need to lie low and let this blow over. The negative publicity is already out of control," his assistant said. "You're right. That Wang Ping'an really got lucky. One punch cost me $200 million. Griffin was shaking with rage, but what was done was done. Nothing he said mattered anymore. That he just had to survive. Griffin is fighting alone now. His shareholders and partners have all run off, Pierre relayed to Wang Ping'an, who was currently at Rochester's estate. "Tell Rochester I'm too weak to visit. I'll rest here." Wang Ping'an had only stayed in the hospital half a day before checking out. The medical conditions were beneath him. Now he was relaxing comfortably in a Los Santos mansion. $200 million. It had come in way too easy. "I have to ask, did he actually hit you?" Feng Yang wondered. They'd used staged filming for the video, but the punch was real. "He hit me. I just made sure I was the one who connected." Wang Ping'an smiled faintly. This would cost Griffin more than money. It would haunt him for a long time. And that was exactly how it had to be. Everything was done. The fluorescent green Pegasi. That's the one. Wang Ping'an pointed at the color on another Pegasi and signaled the shop to start modifications. If you're modifying this car, everything's already top tier, the manager said. Only thing you can really change are the rims and the intake. Those were hard limits at this price point. Swap anything else, and you'd never find replacement parts that matched a Pegasi. Then let's leave it. Fengyang can handle the mods back home. Wang's options were tight. He could only drive it on Love Island. Anywhere else was out of the question. A supercar like this needed a proper track to show its muscle man. I envy that luck. Next time Griffin pops up, I'm the one making a killing. Wang Feng was genuinely jealous. Not that he couldn't afford the car himself, but Wang had pocketed 2 billion in half a day without even trying to. As Wang had put it, he'd turned the deal down, but the other side pushed so hard he had no choice but to take the money, with fake tears in his eyes, naturally. Once is more than enough. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Wang shrugged. He wasn't stupid, and neither was Griffin. Once bitten, twice shy. Still, I'm jealous of that car. Too bad I can't bring it back to the mainland. Wu Dao shook his head with a rueful smile. If it hadn't been modified, maybe. But that color was way too loud, and with the intake swap, taking it back was impossible. It would just sit in his garage as a showpiece. Wang already had a Porsche. That was more than enough. He barely drove most days. But this does prove one thing, the merchants in Mela are taking you seriously, Pierre said, seeing it as a positive sign. At least Wang wouldn't have to fight so hard. They don't care about me, they care about the money and the deals. Wang smiled faintly. 6 months ago, none of these people would have given him a second glance, let alone come check on him. Now his name carried more weight than any local celebrity. Griffin stared at his trusted advisors, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. This Wang Ping'an has gone too far. What do you have for me? He barely knew how to talk about it. Everything that had happened was just humiliating. Talk to Rochester. Buy back our company, then use the cash to fight him head-on. Griffin's deputy argued the fastest way to liquidity was through Rochester at Federal Savings. Nobody else had that kind of financial muscle, but Rochester's tight with Wang Ping'an. Griffin knew that full well. The pressure Rochester had applied was exactly what had landed him in this mess. Except this time, Wang didn't loop Rochester in at all. I checked. Rochester invited him 3 times and got turned down every time. Another subordinate argued this was their best shot. If they could win Rochester over, they'd be back on their feet in no time. An opportunity like this was rare. Fine, set up a meeting with Rochester. Griffin figured he might finally be catching a break. But Rochester and Wang Ping'an were already in each other's pockets. Deng Gan, as vice president, was high enough to know the score. Wang's injury, everyone had seen it. Rochester was actually planning to pay Wang a visit himself. Mr. Rochester, my boss appreciates the gesture. He'll come to you tomorrow, so you don't need to make the trip. Deng Gan smiled as she explained. If it hadn't been for that little incident, she said, they would have met sooner. And that Griffin, of all people to mess with, he picks Mr. Wang. Unbelievable. Rochester fumed, safely out of Griffin's earshot. Deng Gan nearly laughed at the performance. The man was a natural actor. It's nothing serious. Mr. Wang is fine. Back at the cars, Wang took the wheel of the supercar to give them a ride, but it was only a 2-seater. The others followed in separate vehicles as they were leaving Love Island. The dealer had shown up, insisting on gifting him a luxury car. Wang refused to accept it outright. So he took it on loan. He'd have to return it later. He chose a used hypercar, still worth tens of millions and just as dazzling. Pagasi. The handling is insane. Pierre was ecstatic, never having dreamed he'd ride in something like this. They reached North Carolina soon after. Rochester had already booked a hotel and was ready to serve them dinner. Stay sharp, though. Rochester might be friendly now, but he's an old fox. Wang had never considered Rochester an ally. He hadn't even relaxed his security detail yet. The man was still on his hidden enemy list. There was no way he'd let his guard down. Still, Rochester played the game well. The meal was lavish. Mr. Wang, you don't visit often. I couldn't afford to be careless with the hospitality, Rochester said bluntly, urging Wang to point out any shortcomings. Actually, there is something. I came to borrow money from the Federal Savings Bank. Wang got straight to the point. His own bank was out of liquid funds, so he needed a loan. How much? Just name the number. Rochester answered easily, assuming Wang wouldn't ask for too much. 10 billion. The figure nearly made Rochester spit out the water he'd just swallowed. 10 billion? If it's a problem, forget it. I don't want to owe a favor. Wang's light smile told Rochester all he needed to know. No problem. I'll lend it to you, but business is business. What's the term? 5 years, full repayment in 5 years, interest, whatever you decide. Wang had come with this plan because he knew the Malar dollar would depreciate in 5 years. It was the other side's business tactic to inflate away debt. When their currency tanked, the loans would lose value, and for Wang, that was a win. The money will be in your account by midnight. That's the easy part. Rochester was gambling too, betting Wang Ping'an would strike it insanely rich. The man already had 10 billion, but he'd thrown every last cent into a polar development project. It was madness. No real expedition team had gone deep into those regions in decades. Even the news crews just hovered around the edges. Breaking through the ice was a problem in itself. Mr. Wang, I have a question. Why do you want to explore the poles? Rochester pointed out that the same money could fund other projects, maybe even expand the business model. Because I'm interested in the poles. All the money in the world can't buy my happiness. Wang tossed the line out casually. He told Rochester everyone has desires, himself included. That was exactly why he was willing to pour all his capital into development. That makes sense. You're a business genius. Hardly anyone can keep up with you. Rochester meant it. Wang's bold moves had let all his industries transition smoothly. That alone proved his capability. No exaggeration. Not many people understand me, but you, Rochester, are one of them. I'm honored to know you. Wang smiled and clinked glasses with him. Honestly, there weren't many people in the world who would dare lend him 10 billion. Hardly any. First, few had that kind of money. Second, the sum was astronomical. 10 billion could buy the largest airline conglomerate on the planet, control every airport's flight schedule. That was the kind of audacity Wang commanded. And no one knew his real goal. He wanted to take over Los Santos. Halfway through the meal, Rochester's phone rang. He excused himself in a hurry. That call is serious. It's Griffin, Deng Gan murmured. She'd been listening. Probably the whole Griffin family hunting for backup. They want a real showdown with me. Wang smirked. A stray dog wasn't worth worrying about. He'd never taken Griffin seriously, and every decision Griffin made was reckless, pure impulse. Outside, Rochester snapped, "Why are you coming to me now? I'm meeting with Wang Ping'an. Don't waste my time." Griffin wasn't stupid. If you wanted to refuse, you could have said so inside. "No need to run out here. What do you want?" "I'm selling you all my shares in Los Santos. Name your price, and I'm going after Wang Ping'an." Griffin delivered it like it was the most natural thing in the world. No hesitation. "Have you considered that Wang Ping'an isn't easy to take down? You're going to throw money at a man like him?" Rochester thought Griffin had lost his mind, but he didn't really care. "If you're selling, I'll buy 0.3 billion. Not a cent more." Rochester never lifted a finger without profit. 0.3 billion was a lowball. "Do you know how much property I own in Los Santos? 3 billion doesn't even scratch the surface." Griffin was annoyed, but he understood the opportunism. His position was weak. Everyone wanted to kick him while he was down. "I told you, 3 billion is the final offer. Take it or leave it." Buying Griffin's assets was a guaranteed profit. Griffin would be livid if he knew Rochester had just lent 10 billion to Wang Ping'an. "Fine, wire me the 3 billion. I've brought the property deeds." Griffin was direct. All titles could be transferred at once. He didn't care about the shareholders. They could stay or leave. "The 3 billion will be in your account before midnight. We never met." Rochester grabbed the deeds and drove off. He wasn't worried about being cheated. The consortium behind Federal Savings wasn't someone Griffin would dare cross. Back inside, Rochester took his seat. "I took care of a little business. Take a look." He handed the documents to Wang Ping'an. Wang scanned them eagerly. "These are all Griffin's properties. You bought him out?" Wang guessed right. Rochester had snatched them for 3 billion, clearly marked interested. "I'm no real estate man. I'll sell them to you at cost." Rochester smiled. He knew Wang would bite. "Sure, transfer 7 billion from the 10 billion you owe me, and we'll call it even. No favors owed." Wang smiled too. Getting this much property without spending a dime and still having 7 billion left to invest would probably make Griffin keel over from rage. Wang wasn't worried about establishing a foothold in Mela. He could turn all these holdings into whatever he wanted. Griffin's original model was a disaster. The man wasn't a real businessman, just a manager with no vision. "Deng Gan, you stay in Mela. Put together a restructuring plan for these properties by tomorrow." Wang wasn't going to micromanage. Deng Gan was capable enough to run things here. She'd play an indispensable role, exactly what he needed. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Wang." Deng Gan nodded. This was another test. But the situation was still too delicate for Wang to reveal his partnership with Rochester. Too many interests were at stake. It had to remain a simple debt relationship. Still, Rochester was cooperative. He handled everything on Wang's terms. Before leaving, Rochester paused and looked back. "I'm not a petty man. I hope you'll remember what I've done for you." Chen Cheng hadn't planned on taking over Los Santos. Rochester had done him a massive favor. She could have leveraged those property deeds to negotiate a trade, but she sold them to him instead, pushing the value of his 100 billion even higher. His position had completely shifted. What he held now was enough to lock down Los Santos permanently. Dengan can stay. She'll have Los Santos built up in no time. She's a much better fit for this than Pierre. He wasn't putting Pierre down. It was a matter of specialization. Pierre had other things to handle for him. On the other side, Zhu Kaiyang's team moved fast. They had already scooped up the real estate around Los Santos. Branch after branch of E Group opened in their place, all completely above board. Give me 3 months, and our companies will spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. That was Zhu Kaiyang's guarantee. He was staying in Mela for now. No problem. Let's head back to Aoman with 70 billion in hand. We can pick up a few small islands. This time, Chen Cheng set his sights on the ocean. He had already sunk 100 billion into bipolar research. He needed cash flow to keep everything else running smoothly. That was the priority now. SDA Feng and the others had warned, without stabilization, everything could collapse overnight, so no matter what, he had to build this up. The deeds for a few islands are here. You can see them clearly on the map. Louise brought over the property deeds for the islands currently for sale near Aoman. There weren't many, but the details were thorough. They listed not just the size of each island, but the resource inventories, 2 all uninhabited, completely untouched. That meant Chen Cheng could develop them from scratch, assigning different functions as he saw fit. These 2 are closest to our main island. Will turn both into tourist attractions. The 2 satellite islands were large, clustered together. He wanted hotels and entertainment covering the whole area. That was the only way to expand his business system. Honestly, it wasn't hard at all. Problems money can solve are small problems. At least, that's how I see it. Chen Cheng kept it simple. He told Louise she had to learn to seize the moment. That was the situation they needed to control right now. No problem. Let's buy these 2 first. Louise handled the paperwork immediately. The Aoman officials were thrilled since it was Chen Cheng asking. There were no barriers at all. To them, those islands were just useless land anyway. Turning them into a pile of cash was a win. Waste turned to profit. These deeds surprised me a little. Doesn't matter. Tell Pierre's design team to move in. Everything unfolded exactly as Chen Cheng had planned. All the blueprints were already in motion. This whole area will become a resort service industry focus. Hotels, rooms, villas, plus full dining coverage. He didn't want these 2 islands to become nothing but commercial shopping zones. That would just turn his income into a wage earner's grind, letting others bleed him dry. Any restaurant or food chain he could reach would open a branch here. His terms weren't steep. Anyone who joined gave him 50% equity on the island. For every dollar spent on the island, he took half. That essentially made it his own business. Rent almost didn't matter. In the Futian building office, a middle-aged man stared at the promotional material, puzzled. No rent at all. Just sign a share contract and move in. That's right, several of the dining brands we know have already moved in. They're moving fast. His assistant told him if he wanted this opportunity, he'd have to hurry. Once the later phases filled up, even if he wanted in, there'd be no room. I think these people have lost their minds. Why would we hand over 50% of our profits instead of just paying rent? He was suspicious. The model didn't interest him at all. He'd rather call it a shakedown. Chen Cheng's greed was showing. The rent model doesn't work anymore because Chen Cheng owns all the property deeds. Basically, he provides the space for free and takes a cut of the profits. His assistant smiled bitterly. That was how Chen Cheng guaranteed his income never shrank. For everyone else, it hardly mattered. They weren't the ones in control. Now I get it. Chen Cheng plays these business and real estate games to make everyone work for him. The man finally understood. He never imagined Chen Cheng would play it this dirty. Can't help it. This is the trend now. Without this kind of arrangement, who knows which way the wind will blow? Companies like theirs were reluctant, but when they saw competitors already covering those islands, that was the real trigger. Anyone who fell behind would lose their place in the business world. Eventually, they'd be eliminated. At this rate, Chen Cheng's island development had already surpassed Los Santos. The world's top tourist city was a done deal. No changing that now. Get me in touch with Chen Cheng. I want in. That night, Chen Cheng received over 100 calls. He accepted all of them, but he added one hard rule. He would decide how the islands were divided. He only needed their brand and their proposal. Bro, why are you doing this? Pierre was confused. Chen Cheng had already sent in construction crews to start building roads. After arriving on the island, the first things were the docks and the main highway. All the city infrastructure had begun. Our land is limited. If they demand huge spaces, how can I provide that? I'd rather plan the space myself. Promising businesses might get slightly better storefronts, but there really wasn't any prime location. His islands were surrounded by ocean, every angle the same. The hotels were arranged in an orderly way, with no functional conflicts. Most importantly, several landmark buildings would rise along the main highway. For Chen Cheng, the buzz this time had nothing to do with his business model or what he planned to build. It was about covering the entire island with wonder buildings. Wonder buildings? What are those? I've never heard of them. Pierre was genuinely confused. He had no idea what the term meant. There are iconic structures all over the world, Chen Cheng said with a smile. We can't replicate them exactly, but we can capture the vibe, change the names and styles, recreate something close enough here. That would generate attention. An island with high spending power alone wasn't enough of a draw. Without a hook, without hype, there was no way to pull consumers in. If they wanted people to actually pay, they had to play by their rules. At least the publicity would be massive. But our construction costs won't drop, Pierre said. Copying all those buildings with raw materials isn't cheap. Each custom-built structure you want would cost over 100 million. It's not that extreme. This is just for the buzz. Have the team work from scale models, use composite materials instead of steel. The new stuff is cheaper and way more flexible. Honestly, it's a win. Fine, but I'm worried the designers don't have the skill. Pierre had no choice but to start calling in reinforcements. His own teams were already stretched thin. In the end, Chen Cheng brought in construction crews from the mainland. They were imitating existing designs with clear reference points, so there was no room for deviation. The details had to be scaled proportionally, not 100 meters tall, but at least several dozen. Originally we planned 9 wonder buildings spread across the island, Pierre said, laying out the floor plan. The locations were already marked, along with the surrounding landscape and roads arranged this way. It would work perfectly. Local restaurants can open near each Wonder building. That's another selling point. Get our concept and promo materials out there. Chen Cheng told Pierre they'd only allow authentic regional goods near each Wonder. If someone wanted space, they paid first, then they could negotiate. Then he had someone create a polished video using rendering software, showing the completed island, the building features, and the restaurant plans tied to each location. Business owners were already asking, "How much is the rent?" Get in touch with Chen Cheng and ask. Obviously, plenty of people were interested. They all wanted a piece of that land. The rent isn't cheap. Mr. Chen says it's not about money. It's about the right fit. Pierre's sales pitch had sharpened. They stuck to one message now: be as assertive as possible. Word had spread through global business circles. This was shaping up to be the prime commercial hotspot. Under those conditions, pricing couldn't be taken lightly. 100 million a year. If you want to open a restaurant, you pay 5 years rent up front. Pierre explained that during the 5-year term, if the restaurant closed or failed, they'd be evicted unconditionally. They'd do a full evaluation first, of course, but he was confident no one would waste their time here. 100 million a year. The eager business owners pulled back. That was out of their league. They couldn't even consider it. Tell Mr. Chen the rent is way too high. We really can't afford that. The owners were distressed. How could they possibly handle that kind of rent? Rent is just one factor, Pierre said. By itself, it doesn't mean much, but if you don't take the space, someone else will. His words were simple: their island wouldn't lack foot traffic. That alone beat most tourist destinations. It was consumption for consumption's sake, plus, anyone could visit. No entrance fee. People could come and go as they pleased. Those benefits were already comprehensive. At least no one would be wasting money or paying for nothing. The truth was, Chen Cheng's marketing push was massive. Even though he was the only one building the whole island, the sheer scale of the Wonder buildings was imposing. The promo video alone delivered a huge punch, so think it over. I'm not going to say anything else. Pierre's attitude was firm. They had more than enough options. Too many people were interested. There was no point haggling over value or potential. Anyone with the capital wouldn't blow this opportunity. And the ones without money couldn't handle the rent anyway. From here on out, basically every channel was under Chen Cheng's control. His job was to properly allocate the customer resources he'd prepared. After all, you couldn't slack off with the upper class. If you can accept the terms, I have nothing more to say, but if you can't, then I'm sorry. Pierre told the other party this was a platform for equal exchange, not a market where anyone could dictate terms. Without this relationship, they never would have crossed paths. The situation had shifted. So far we've signed 30 contracts, Pierre said. It's not a huge number, but being able to pay 500 million in rent upfront is impressive. 500 million each came to a total of 150 billion. That money alone would let Chen Cheng buy several more islands. He'd only borrowed 7 billion from Rochester. Now this wave of rent was multiplying his money fast. Chen Cheng actually ran the numbers that if they filled all the storefronts, 13 Wonder buildings with about 130 shops in the surrounding areas, the rent alone would net him over 60 billion. And that was just the first 5 years. Who knew what the future held? Other projects could expand. Business could only get better. Lower the shipping costs so we can actually support our consumer philosophy. Louise said if they wanted this to last, they had to cut expenses. We couldn't cut air travel costs, but we could control the price to use the undersea tunnel. Chen Cheng pointed out there were no tolls at the moment, and they could keep it that way for the regular ferry between the islands. He suggested charging a symbolic $2. $2. Louise sucked in a sharp breath. At that rate, a single trip wouldn't even cover the fuel. That's right. $2. See if Jacqueline wants to take it on. If not, we'll just slap our island logo on it. Chen Cheng kept it simple. If AO Island's authorities contracted it out, it would be a clear public good. If they saw it as a losing deal and refused, the burden would fall on him either way. None of this mattered much to him. One ferry every 10 minutes, running both directions. Doesn't matter if there are passengers or not. Guarantee a departure every 10 minutes. That was Chen Cheng's plan. He didn't care how many people were waiting. If full, it left. If not, it would wait the full 10 minutes and leave on schedule. Seeing how complete his plan was, Louise didn't argue anymore. But Chen Cheng knew in his gut that Jacqueline would never accept a loss like that. Sure enough, when he went to the Earl's mansion, Jacqueline rejected the proposal flat out. She wasn't a sucker, and the AO Island government would never approve it anyway, so Chen Cheng carried it himself. He was making so much money, he could afford to throw some back into public amenities. Let's do it this way, then. No big deal. I expected as much. Chen Cheng smiled faintly. He didn't care about the loss. There were 3 islands total. Once he started selling the Ocean View apartments and villas on the 3rd island, that would be his real closing move. The affiliated islands of AO Island were his. He owned the rights and the development permits. They were private property. No one else had a say. No matter how jealous they got, they couldn't demand a single favor from him. All the ferries will be large-capacity sightseeing cruisers, basically the same construction cost as a city bus. No special features, just seats and a hybrid electric engine to keep the vessel moving. Liao Yuan had custom-modified the engines, and he never imagined seeing land engines turn into marine ones. Honestly, this is my first time trying something like this. It's beyond anything I imagined. Liao Yuan was buzzing. He told Chen Cheng he'd been waiting for this moment a long time. I'm right there with you. I've been waiting just as long. Chen Cheng knew that rolling out this hybrid system now meant many places would eventually use his yacht designs first, because the build cost was cheap, basically bus grade. Second, operating and maintenance costs were low. Full throttle or normal cruising speed? Liao Yuan glanced at Chen Cheng. Top speed could reach the 2nd island in 15 minutes, taking it slow meant 30. Normal speed, half an hour is too slow, stick to 15 minutes. Chen Cheng had guaranteed a departure every 10 minutes, so the speed had to match. He couldn't afford to keep people waiting. You could piss off anyone except these trust fund kids. They were his golden geese, and he wasn't about to neglect them. Actually, we can use this to make another pile of cash. Chen Cheng looked up at Pierre, who seemed skeptical. What do you mean? We can sell ad space on the yachts. Wrap the exteriors with logos from clubs or products. Chen Cheng suggested inviting interested parties to negotiate promotional fees. His advertising would be reasonable, and the price wouldn't be high. That word high sounded laughably low to Pierre to him. It probably meant just a few $100 million before meeting Chen Cheng. Pierre thought he had a decent sense of scale. At least in all of AO Island, he'd seen everything, things he was supposed to see and things he wasn't. But after meeting Chen Cheng, everything changed. His old sense of scale no longer applied. Chen Cheng operated in tens of millions from the start. Now he'd ballooned straight to billions. We've already pulled in tens of billions in one day. I can't imagine what kind of money you're asking for ad placement. It's actually pretty cheap. Only $1 million per year. Chen Cheng wasn't demanding much. Other ad platforms weren't cheap, but he was in this business himself. $1 million per year came with a time limit. He settled on a more moderate number, $8 million, and no special reason. He just liked how it sounded. $8 million. Damn. $2 million short of $10 million. Chen Cheng, you're ruthless. Pierre shook his head. It was a shame Chen Cheng wasn't running a scam. He'd be a natural. To Pierre, these were just money-making schemes. What he couldn't figure out was why all these business tycoons acted hypnotized. No matter the cost, someone always bought into them. It was the ultimate perk. Are they really getting a bargain? Pierre asked himself what made them so crazy. It's not a bargain. It's a steal. Chen Cheng smiled faintly and told Pierre that these clients were global elites. Their commercial value far exceeded their purchasing power, so Chen Cheng wasn't really making money off the tourists. What could 50% of them actually spend? The real gold mine was the rent and the ad placements. Even the city's surrounding areas could be strategically developed. That was another revenue stream. By that point, everything was perfectly in place and no negative impact at all. Brilliant. I never thought of that trick. Pierre had to admire Chen Cheng. The guy's ability was off the charts. Practically supernatural. Don't worship me too much. I'm afraid my good looks might be too overwhelming for you. A financial media outlet reported that your island revenue has already hit $100 billion. That's total bullshit. Pierre was exasperated. Trash media like that only care about clickbait. It doesn't help us at all. If anything, it backfired. Forget it. Everything we've done is transparent. We didn't force anyone to buy property, and we didn't force anyone to pay a single fee. Wang Ping'an shrugged it off. To him, this was nothing. Easy for you to say, but the hit to our reputation could be real. Pierre let out a sigh. There wasn't much he could do about it. If he could, he'd shut those people up for good, pry open their mouths and see what the hell was inside. How could they twist the truth so badly? It was pure slander. Publicity is a good thing, isn't it? At least it's free advertising, saves us money. When Wang Ping'an said that, Pierre felt his scalp prickle. Save money? A man worth nearly $100 billion saying that was practically a joke. First time I've ever seen you this eager to pinch pennies. I don't get it. Pierre figured they had to spend money. They needed exposure, buzz, the world to see this, but the cost, he hadn't even calculated it. Millions? Tens of millions? A couple billion? Would that be enough? And even if everyone knew, how would they get a deeper understanding? Wang Ping'an figured all they needed was to play up the media hype to achieve the same effect. It wasn't even hard. He'd just issue a response, make his stance clear, and let the whole thing catch fire. So, can consider that part of your plan. Pierre finally understood. Wang Ping'an was playing the long game. Without those headlines, they couldn't have handled the situation, and thanks to his little trick, they were now in a messy, uncontrollable spot. Don't make me the villain. There's a lot you don't know yet. Wang Ping'an explained that marketing was a whole different beast. It wasn't something you could just read off a resume or work history. It came from trial and error. That was what real marketing was all about. If you stuck to rigid thinking, you could never master it, so he had to handle this flawlessly to solve everything. I understand. I'll really study up from now on. To Pierre, Wang Ping'an's words were gospel. He never doubted them. If his boss said it, it mattered. And now, nothing was going to hold him back. Wang Ping'an knew that to stay ahead, he had to master his methods. Right now, he'd need to meet a few benchmarks just to be satisfied with his own performance. Actually, I think there's another way. Following your model for attracting the media, we can expand the momentum. Pierre was thinking bigger now. Before, he wouldn't have gotten it. Just follow my approach. I promise nothing else will go wrong. Wang Ping'an was confident. To him, none of this was difficult. It was easy to control. But beyond attracting investment, they had another option. Research. That was the real solution. We've got 3 ships doing deep-sea dives right now. There are a lot of mineral deposits down there. The man in charge, an Australian islander, told Wang Ping'an that mining within the island's boundaries wouldn't affect normal operations. Since they were only working in deeper waters around the perimeter, the impact would be minimal. Just tell me what these resources can get us: money, technology, whatever. Wang Ping'an didn't care about raw value. He wanted the secondary application value. Trading $1 for a piece of candy, that's an equal exchange. Trading $1 for a car, that's a businessman's rule. He thought differently from everyone else. That was the only way to keep expanding his empire. To be honest, nobody expected the seabed to hold this many resources. Even the team leader admitted that the mineral wealth down there rivaled what was on land. So get it done before the tourist season starts. I don't need this messing up my plans. Wang Ping'an didn't want the whole tourism season to tank because of this. It gave him the perfect window to start building up the island. He set a rough timeline of 2 years from groundbreaking to completion. But they could still finish early. He was using only the latest materials. There's no way we can finish in a year. Right? That's crazy. Pierre frowned. He didn't think it was possible. 1 year does sound crazy, but do you think those investors are going to let us take it slow? Wang Ping'an smiled faintly. The workers were the investors' problem. His money was already in hand. The ones paying rent now should be the ones panicking. Sure enough, when the investors saw that Wang Ping'an hadn't broken ground yet, they started complaining. All they saw were boats cruising around the waters and digging equipment everywhere. Nothing was happening on the island itself. Mr. Wang, what's the meaning of this? Why isn't anything moving? The project manager was baffled. He'd taken on commissions from a bunch of investors. They'd all made it simple. As long as Wang Ping'an started construction as soon as possible, they'd solve any problems that came up. Then I've got a lot of problems right now. Get me the engineers and the construction crew. Wang Ping'an cut straight to the point. He needed those teams. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have waited until now. Almost every top designer in the world was on Love Island. We can handle those for you, but you'll negotiate the service fees directly with them. They were blunt, they'd help, but they could only drive the price down so far. He'd still have to pay the construction costs on time. Of course, solve my construction bottleneck and I break ground tomorrow. Wang Ping'an gave a faint smile and signaled the meeting was over. He had zero interest in talking to a junior messenger. Even if a boss showed up, they'd sit there and wait for him to speak first. Everything else moved fast. The international airline offered free first-class seats to the designers without a second thought. As long as they were flying to Oasis Island, they got the same treatment, straight to the island. Mr. Wang, with the island developing like this, I'd say your business empire is complete. That was Birmingham, head of International Airlines Oasis Island operations. He and Wang Ping'an dealt with each other often, so the familiarity was there. Mr. Birmingham, you've got one thing wrong. My empire is barely a fraction of what it will be. Wang Ping'an's smile stayed light. He wasn't sure the man would catch the dry humor. Not many people did, very few. I think your rapid construction approach is spot-on. No other developer in the world would dare work at this pace. Birmingham wasn't flattering him, he meant it. Everyone had to account for wall load-bearing and concrete curing, just waiting for concrete to dry it up forever. Our materials aren't that complicated. Modern composites beat cement by a mile. Wang Ping'an explained that every single material he was using was composite. That was the only way to gain speed. Without composites, the entire process would drag out indefinitely. Only composites could hit their timeline. I've heard of composites, but isn't the tech still a bit unproven? Birmingham's face tightened. What if something went wrong? The tech is mature, and there are no high-rises on the entire island. We're not building tall, 3 stories maximum. Wang Ping'an had slashed the construction timeline. As long as the foundation held, he could build however he wanted. His landmark buildings weren't tall anyway, just standard height. Piling them higher would wreck the field, so he kept residential areas low and compact, giving the island a unique visual profile. That's the first time I've heard that logic. You really do think differently, Mr. Wang. For a moment, Birmingham didn't even know how to praise him. He could tell Wang Ping'an's strength was no joke. Actually, international airlines could shift things too. Increasing your market share isn't out of the question. Birmingham's eyebrows rose. Explain. Simple. No tricks. Add a dedicated route out of Los Santos. Wang Ping'an's smile was thin. If the man was sharp, he'd see it already. A dedicated route. It's possible. Los Santos has an international airport, a big one. Birmingham agreed in principle, but he needed to know what kind of profit this route would bring. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee one thing. 80% of the tourists here will fly directly to Los Santos. Wang Ping'an said it like a settled fact. He wasn't making anything up. Right now, anyone aiming for Los Santos had to route through Malar, transfer at the international airport, and only then reach Los Santos. A dedicated route cut all that out, saving hours. And tourists could hit 2 major cities in one trip. Why wouldn't they? Honestly, the idea works. But what if the passenger count doesn't fill the seats? Birmingham wasn't worried about Wang Ping'an failing, he was worried about empty flights. A single trip's fuel and maintenance costs weren't pocket change, they weren't running a charity. Like I said, 80% of the tourists. Trust the rest, your flights won't take a hit. Even as they talked, Birmingham was still nervous. This wasn't a routine route. 2 inland cities, he couldn't guarantee daily volume, and this was an international flight, not a short domestic hop. I know you've got concerns. If you can't commit, have your boss call me. Or I'll call another airline. Wang Ping'an didn't soften his tone. He knew if international airlines passed, a dozen others would jump. That was already decided. No other possibility. Fine. I've made my decision. Build the route. International Airlines announced a direct route between Los Santos and Oasis Island. 2 planes on the line, mainly to shuttle tourists. That was it. Seamless travel for visitors from Oasis Island and Malar, and the lift to Los Santos International Airport's economy. Wang Ping'an didn't need that money. He let it go as a return favor to the airline. If everything went through, international airlines' revenue would keep expanding. That Wang Ping'an really doesn't leave anyone breathing room. Griffin was cornered. He'd been on Oasis Island for 2 days with nothing but cash. Rochester had clearly betrayed him, handing everything over to Wang Ping'an. The whole thing nearly made him pass out from rage, and the damage was going to follow him for a long time. That only sharpened his need for payback. If he couldn't enjoy himself, neither would that bastard, and no matter what, Wang Ping'an was going to pay. Of all his projects, the underwater tunnel was moving the fastest. Jacqueline had overseen it herself, following every one of his specs to the letter. Clear glass lined the entire structure. The tunnel floor was heavily reinforced. It wasn't a single cast piece. But the joints were fitted so tightly they might as well have been seamless. Waterproof rating, 10 out of 10. A bullet couldn't get through this thing, Jacqueline said, a self-satisfied grin tugging at her lips. The materials alone were next level, she added, and the price tag reflected that. This is why you hand things to an aristocrat. Anyone else, I'd still be waiting, Chen Cheng said, a wave of relief hitting him. At least now Ao Island could finally connect to his private island by road. The island itself barely needed any remodeling. It was practically ready to open as is. But we're not opening yet, he said. Let them wonder. He insisted they wait until most of the beachfront was fully built out. Anything less would be a business disaster, and honestly, waiting was the hardest part. The underwater complex was nearly finished. Pierre had laid a fresh stack of photos on Chen Cheng's desk. Take a look. Shot today. Subsurface work isn't exactly a cakewalk, Pierre said. He'd handled everything himself, as meticulous as always. Not bad. Jacqueline actually came through. This makes things a hell of a lot easier for us, Chen Cheng said. Since the entire undersea complex was designed for foot traffic, they deliberately left out any parking infrastructure. You mean everyone walks? Pierre sucked in a sharp breath. The whole thing had been engineered to handle vehicle loads. Walking seemed like a monumental waste of resources. They could have avoided all this hassle, and now it was creating extra headaches. What's the alternative? We only planned for impact resistance. What happens if some car's brakes fail and causes a pileup? Chen Cheng shot back. Managing that kind of mess would be a nightmare, and the reputational damage would be even worse. They already had a fleet of yachts and speedboats on the surface. Visitors could walk through the tunnel free of charge. Jacqueline's budget would cover the cost. The AO Island officials are going to lose their minds. We gave them a written promise for vehicle access, Pierre said, shaking his head with a rueful sigh. It can't be helped. We are not taking that risk. We follow my plan. Everyone walks. People could arrive by boat on the beachside, or on the other end, walk straight through the tunnel beneath the water. Every inch of this island was part of the spectacle, and no one would ever accuse Chen Cheng of not thinking things through. Have we reached out to the mainland ad agency? That proposal should have been on my desk by now, Chen Cheng said. He trusted his team's efficiency to have it handled. No room for error there, and he was right. All the plans and rough drafts were ready. The ad agency had already started the pre-launch buzz. His status and reach were unmatched. Anyone who latched onto his momentum could maximize their exposure overnight. That's exactly why everyone else was scrambling to finish their own build-outs. Mr. Chen, for us, this is simple, downright easy, said a middle-aged man, clutching a folder packed with ad proposals. He represented the largest media group in Europe, and they definitely had the influence to back up that claim. You're the biggest in Europe, not the world. The market we're targeting now isn't exactly under your jurisdiction, Chen Cheng said, slicing right through the man's pitch. Anyone who tried to play games with him got put back in their place, fast. He didn't have the time or the patience to argue. If you want to do business, tell your boss Murdoch to call me. Directly. No one else. Chen Cheng added when the man's mouth opened to push back. Mr. Murdoch is extremely busy. The man didn't get to finish. Pierre was already guiding him toward the door. The reason was simple. Chen Cheng's expression had turned ice cold. If media mogul Murdoch wouldn't get a free pass right now, one of his mid-level managers sure as hell wouldn't. Too many nobodies walked in expecting to be treated like royalty. Mr. Chen, this is no way to treat a potential partner. A deal this size can vanish just like that, the man blustered as he was being escorted out. Chen Cheng gave Pierre a subtle signal to release him. Pierre stopped, and the man immediately puffed his chest out again. No one turned down Murdoch. In his mind, Chen Cheng was no different. If Chen Cheng actually refused, well, that was his own problem. Let me tell you something. I don't care who you think you are. Even if Murdoch himself were standing right here, I'd say the exact same thing, Chen Cheng said, his voice flat and final. Get out. You're not welcome here. What a joke. This guy had a death wish, posturing like a fool right in front of him. Did he have any idea where he was? Zero self-awareness. People like that were nothing but arrogance propped up by outdated thinking, and it made them loud. If Chen Cheng didn't put his foot down now, they'd walk all over him later. He had to handle this correctly. His other business partners mattered far more. The news reached Murdoch fast. He sat in his office for a solid 30 minutes, a bemused smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Boss, Chen Cheng insulted you in public. What's our response? His deputy demanded. This thing had already blown up to an international level. Their media machine could easily spin the narrative, dragging Chen Cheng's credibility through the mud across all of Europe. That was the last thing Chen Cheng would want, and he couldn't afford the fallout. Don't respond, Murdoch said calmly. Chen Cheng is young and proud. We've got a long game to play. Griffin had already slipped into Europe. He saw an opening. Wang Ping'an and Murdoch were at each other's throats, and Griffin knew how Murdoch operated. A public challenge like that would not go unanswered. A man who sat at the top of the media world lived and died by his reputation. Right now, all of Europe was watching. Most of the media had already piled on. They called Wang Ping'an arrogant. They condemned him, but Murdoch's own outlets, dead silence. Not a single word. I need to see Murdoch. Tell him Griffin is here. At the media center, Griffin didn't bother with pleasantries. He shouldered past the security guard and pushed inside like he owned the place. Something about his sheer intensity made the guards hesitate, and that was all the opening he needed. Murdoch looked up and allowed himself a thin smile. Griffin. You're a big name back in Malar. How did you end up looking this desperate? Wang Ping'an. Griffin planted both hands on the desk. And I think you're in the same boat. Griffin had already done the math. Murdoch's silence wasn't weakness, it was a coil. The man was gathering power. When the pressure was high enough, he'd crush them all at once. There was no other explanation. I have nothing to discuss with you. Murdoch's answer was flat. No hesitation. Drop it. Murdoch, you and I know each other. Wang Ping'an is unhinged right now. If you let him keep spiraling, it won't end well for you either. Griffin leaned in. The play was obvious. Drive a wedge between them. That was the only foothold he could find. He had the money. Murdoch had the muscle. A perfect win-win. Murdoch's smile faded. I don't want any part of that. You have no standards. If I work with you, you'll wreck every plan I've put in motion. He shot it down without blinking. He'd rather partner with any other rival than tie himself to a man with zero judgment. Aligning with Griffin would drag down everything he'd built. His own business would start crumbling long before they ever took a real shot at Wang Ping'an. That was a reality Murdoch refused to entertain. You're misunderstanding me. Griffin forced his voice to stay level. Only by joining forces can we actually hurt Wang Ping'an. Going it alone gets you nowhere. This kind of opportunity doesn't come often. All of European media is pointing fingers at him right now. He's stuck in the spotlight. Eventually, he'll have no choice but to back down. Murdoch let out a quiet, skeptical breath. Do you really think Wang Ping'an is that easy to deal with? He didn't wait for an answer. If it were that simple, why are you slinking around another country like a stray dog? That was it. No more chances. Murdoch wouldn't even look at him. The man's presence left a bitter taste in his mouth. He gestured, and security closed in. Griffin was escorted out by force. No one in the media center acted like they'd even seen him outside. He straightened his jacket with an exaggerated calm. Just wait, he said to the empty air. I'll make you regret this. He walked away with his head high, every step a performance of confidence, but inside, he was gutted. His last lifeline had snapped clean. What kind of power did Wang Ping'an hold that even Murdoch was afraid to cross him? Griffin couldn't wrap his head around it. Wang Ping'an had become an obsession now, and that obsession was eating him alive. Pierre set down the latest round of headlines. We just pissed off Murdoch. Now the European media are twisting every story, running hit pieces around the clock. If we don't respond, our entire foothold here collapses. Wang Ping'an didn't even look up from his screen. Why would I respond to trash like that? I honestly don't care. Those outlets are worthless, he added. If I react, I'm just giving them the attention they're desperate for. In his mind, everything came down to eyeballs. As long as the real story had enough exposure, the misrepresentations wouldn't stick. Good things didn't need to beg for validation. But they still have influence. Pierre's voice was tight. Now they're rallying others to dig into us. The second we step outside, we're under a microscope. Every move we make, point one wrong step and it's a disaster. Then we handle it the way we always do. Wang Ping'an gave a faint, unbothered smile. We're already in the crosshairs. If we cause any trouble now, we'd be playing right into their hands. I'm not buying into that. He didn't see it as a crisis. It wouldn't touch him. He had nothing to fear, so why flinch? I'm not worried about them coming after us. Pierre's tone shifted. I'm worried about our employees. The media will spread lies fine, but our staff are ordinary people. If someone gets provoked enough to lash out, it could blow back on the whole company. It's fine. Wang Ping'an's voice was easy, almost lazy. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. He was paying these people to do a job, and he wouldn't let them down. If the media harassed his staff or interfered with his operations, then he'd have a reason to hit back. They'd be disrupting his normal business. That crossed a line, and lines came with consequences. That night, chaos erupted at the front gate. A series of smash-and-grab attacks rolled through, organized fast and messy. The instigators were the same media outlets backing Griffin. They offered $10,000 per group, more bodies, more money. Their goal was simple: shut down Wang Ping'an's company. They succeeded in causing damage, and they succeeded in hurting people, but none of the victims belonged to Wang Ping'an. The people caught in the attack were an official delegation from Island Coast. Nobles. High society figures. When their interests were threatened, they didn't wait for apologies. They acted within hours. The media were driven out. The perpetrators were rounded up and deported. Wang Ping'an found Jacqueline and held up a tape, a calm smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The footage is here. Our cameras covered every angle. It was his way of giving her an explanation she couldn't refuse. I'm not sure if this was your doing or just pure luck. Jacqueline let out a bitter laugh. The second Wang Ping'an heard those journalists had been beaten, the conference room had erupted. Officials nearly called security before barely reining themselves in. Wang Ping'an shrugged. Not a big deal. You can handle it. I trust you. He knew Jacqueline wouldn't go easy on those vultures. Every last one of them was European. That made it the perfect opening for a counterstrike. Within hours, major networks were running exposés on Europe's dirty journalism. Inside their own circles, accusations flew. The Europeans hadn't played by the rules. They'd gone off the rails, provoking Island Coast's officials, trying to destroy its most respected businessman at any cost. Once the story went international, Murdoch couldn't sit still. Whose idea was this? Every single one of you better come clean. His tone cut like a blade. Negative coverage was already burying him. If he didn't contain it fast, the damage would be permanent. The journalists just shrugged, helpless. It was Griffin. He paid us $10,000 for the coverage. They hadn't even wanted to argue, really, but done was done. $10,000, and you sold your integrity. You call yourselves journalists? Murdoch was beyond frustration. These people had completely derailed his plans. 0 patients left. Useless. All of you. If this hadn't blown up, we could have made a killing. He had nothing else to say. Everything worth saying had already been said. Things escalated fast. Europe's government stepped in, dragging island coast's interests straight into the mess. They needed to clear their name, prove they meant business. Every major outlet started issuing public apologies, deep self-criticisms for spreading false information. A complete circus. If an apology fixed everything, what would people like us even be for? Jacqueline was furious. He submitted his formal complaint directly. Those half-hearted apologies had pissed him off, and he wasn't letting this slide. So what can we do to punish them? Wang Ping'an asked, a faint smile playing at his lips. Now that it was an international incident, a few pretty words wouldn't fix anything. There are ways. This time, I'm getting back everything you lost. Jacqueline's solution was simple: money. The fallout was extreme, so he demanded $1 billion. Not from Europe's government, from those shady media outlets. If they wanted the story to die, they'd pay. Otherwise, his own domestic media wouldn't stay quiet. I'm not paying that. When I hired you people, nobody mentioned consequences. Griffin waved a hand, shooing the owners out. He was done talking. They tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the bait. Embarrassing. A minor issue might have been manageable, but this had destroyed everything. Some of those journalists had guts. Mr. Murdoch says if you don't cooperate, we'll have Europe deport you. They weren't afraid of Griffin. It had been a group decision. Why should they take the fall alone? Now they'd have a mountain of work to do. Then goodbye. I don't want to stay here anyway. Griffin walked out fast. A deportation order, an economic fraud charge, fined. He still had $3 billion in the bank. Small change didn't matter. Wang Ping'an watched the news cross his phone and gave a hard smile. Griffin thinks he can walk away clean, but there's nowhere left for him in the world. Elsa wouldn't let him come back. The man had caused too much damage. Only Pan-Asia might take him now. Pierre's frustration was palpable. With $3 billion, a man could do anything, pick any industry and ride it straight to the top. Plenty of time. No need to rush. To Wang Ping'an, Griffin was nothing but a clown. He didn't even need to speak to the man. Griffin was on his last legs, and no amount of money would change that. The certainty of it made everything feel almost too easy. The compensation came through, Jacqueline said. $1 billion, enough to recover. But I can't give it to you. The funds would go toward official infrastructure and island coast's media development, strictly not for Wang Ping'an's businesses. I have my own money. I wouldn't take yours. Wang Ping'an's smile was faint but final. Even if Jacqueline offered, he'd refuse. Taking that money would change the nature of everything between them. From his corner of the world, Murdoch started paying real attention to Wang Ping'an. He's a formidable enemy. His strength isn't simple. The man's ceiling was beyond anything their analysis could capture. Another voice in the room echoed the obvious. He's got a ton of businesses on the mainland, and now he's building up Island Coast and the Middle East. Just those two places alone have made him a fortune. True, Wang Ping'an still held gold mines and uncut diamonds he hadn't sold. If he liquidated those assets, he could pay off his debts without breaking a sweat. Daily revenue was high. The bank account stayed well stocked. Now Wang Ping'an looked at Pierre, cutting to the point. Right now I'm focused on how to multiply the few billion I've got sitting around. Cash like that lost potential just sitting still. The only real play was to flip it into multiples through some other commercial investment. Simple to say, doing it was another story. Island Coast's urban development was saturated. Any expansion had to account for construction timelines that stretched years. What about other locations? We've poured a lot into the Aegean too. Pierre jumped in quickly, afraid he'd let a detail slip. The Aegean project was in his wife's hands, and honestly, Wang Ping'an didn't know the exact status, but from Yu Yu's tone, everything was moving exactly according to plan. That he let that thought settle, then pushed it aside. Plans had a way of crumbling the moment you stopped watching. Chen Cheng stared out at Love Island and felt nothing but disappointment. The place had potential, he'd give it that, but it was stuck. The same stale routine, year after year, no growth, no change, just spinning its wheels. Honestly, sometimes I wonder what's so great about this place besides the name, he said with a dry laugh. Zhongyi shook her head. You're looking for highlights and coming up short, but this island has real personality, trust me. She explained that the name Love Island wasn't just a gimmick. The real view was from the air. The catch? No airport. The only way in was by ferry, and that single bottleneck dictated everything. The island's charm was there, but it wasn't easy to find. We captured this aerial footage with drones for promotion, Yi said, tapping her tablet. But transportation's a nightmare. The only access requires a transfer, and that's not even the worst part. Love Island used to pull a massive crowd, but the numbers have tanked. If we want to develop it, we'll have to compete with the other islands around AO. Would be cutting into their business. We won't sacrifice the big picture for small gains, but we aren't scrapping everything we've prepared either. Chen Cheng's voice left no room for argument. That he was a businessman, not a fool. He knew exactly what needed to be done. Normally, he didn't toss plans aside. He'd face every problem head-on. If there was no solution, that was one thing, but if a solution was right there and he didn't act, that was on him. So we need to study this place more carefully. Chen Cheng settled into the office he had turned into a planning department. Every floor plan, every critical corner was mapped out in painstaking detail. Just like my wife, everything you do is meticulous. He couldn't find a single flaw. As far as he was concerned, E was a pro. Stop flattering me. What I know is just the basics for you. She poured herself a cup of tea, a small smile on her lips. She couldn't pinpoint when she'd started loving tea so much, but the taste settled her. After leaving Chen Cheng's company to strike out on her own, every industry she invested in had boomed, and no one had guided her. Not even Chen Cheng had told her which ventures were sure bets. She'd done it anyway. How was that not incredible? In the venture capital world, Chen Cheng's name wasn't even as famous as his wife's. I'm telling you, whenever anyone mentions our group these days, they only know President Zhong. It's like President Chen already retired. E laughed. This wasn't a dig. She was genuinely thrilled to be able to help. Honestly, it's great that you're rising like this. At least you can support me if I ever lose my job. Chen Cheng said he wouldn't mind being a kept man. Maybe that day wasn't so far off after all. With the two of them working side by side, The afternoon slipped away as they mapped out the entire area. Every coordinate and terrain feature was drawn in. Chen Cheng even spent a long time building a simulation sand table. It looks a lot better now. The shape isn't off by much, but the hotel location is still a headache. He felt that from a scenic standpoint, any spot would be a compromise. You think the reference point is too big, and it's throwing off your judgment. Yi saw right through him. That was exactly what Chen Cheng was thinking. Exactly. Look, this place is practically flat as a board, but our target is tourists. We can only boost next day spending if we keep them here overnight. Love Island wasn't small. In fact, it was bigger than the first island Chen Cheng had developed, but despite its size, there was nothing to hold on to customers. Then hire craftsmen. Build wonder buildings. Chen Cheng told Yi that with a name like Love Island, the target audience was couples and newlyweds. Most of them came hunting for photo-worthy backdrops. Since that was the crowd, why not lean into it? Partner with wedding planners, blast our promotional videos everywhere, and add a helicopter. Chen Cheng laid it out flatly. A commercial helicopter could take couples up for aerial wedding photos. Not only would it set them apart from the competition, but it would also give them a breathtaking full view of the entire island. Hardly anyone in the world offered something like that. I'm starting to admire you more and more. If we do this, we'll save so much time. Yi thought the idea was brilliant. It would pull in a massive client base. That's just one piece of it. Haven't you noticed that besides the sea and the island shape, there's still a ton of undeveloped land? Chen Cheng smiled faintly. He'd sunk too much money into this to not make it worth every cent. Zoning is critical right now. Love Island's main selling point is love. The other islands existed to provide services, different roles. The only reason to come to Love Island was to witness your own love story. So how much are we investing this time? And what projects are we developing? Yi knew nothing about the wedding industry. Her own wedding with Chen Cheng had been a disaster. That was in the past, but she couldn't let other couples go through the same thing. That would just be inviting unnecessary heartache. We'll develop a few wonder buildings and redo the entire island. We need rides and photo spots. The planning isn't simple. Chen Cheng said he was prepared to invest around 300 million. The goal was to make Love Island look stunning all year round. They needed a vast flower sea with consistent colors, and pulling that off in a coastal monsoon climate? That would be the real challenge. The challenge was staggering. The local climate wouldn't support most inland vegetation. The first real problem was the plants themselves and the soil. Honestly, even with our degrees, we're in way over our heads here. Yu offered a rueful smile. She wanted to hand him a real solution, but her expertise simply didn't stretch that far. We'll hire botanists. Anyone who can crack the plant problem or supply seedlings gets a commission. When it came to other industries, Wang Ping'an knew exactly who to call, but this field, he had zero connections. He couldn't just grab some random guy from a flower market and expect him to perform a miracle. That was pure fantasy. I'll call Pierre. He'll know someone. And so he did. Love Island simply didn't have that kind of specialized talent, but Pierre told him there was no need to hunt for botanists at all. He could get plenty of seedlings straight from Yuju on the mainland. You've heard of the pink flower sea, right? Those seedlings thrive in tropical climates and they're incredibly hardy. Pierre explained that this flower practically took care of itself. Normally it wouldn't wilt until late fall, and by then its next growth cycle was already kicking in. Of course, Love Island had no winter to speak of. Even in December, the heat was relentless. No avoiding that. Alright, I owe you a meal. Wang Ping'an smiled as he hung up. Who knew it could be that easy? Now he just had to call old Jiang. In all of Yuju, no one had more connections. Funny you should ask. I do have a way to get you those flowers, old Jiang said with a nod. At his age, he was content to relax and enjoy life. His tea brand sold billions of cups a year. He had nothing to worry about. Give Master Wang a call, have him come over. And you, old Jiang shifted his gaze to Driver. Get ready for a trip to Love Island. This time, old Jiang was personally handling the delivery, so Driver would run the logistics. Driver had originally been Wang Ping'an's driver, but since Wang Ping'an hadn't needed driving services lately, he'd been sent to Yuju to oversee company projects. Wang Ping'an called the role Market Management Internal Oversight. The title wasn't flashy, but the power was real. Only trusted people got that job. The pink flower sea is cheap, but it only flourishes in tropical environments. Master Wang chose his words with care. He was speaking to old Jiang. After all, respect was mandatory. He wouldn't dare step out of line. 10,000 seedlings only run about $1,000, but shipping is the real headache. Master Wang explained that without soil, they could die fast, and sea freight came with too many limitations. Old Jiang smiled. What about air freight? No direct flight ran from Yuju to Love Island, but Wang Ping'an could absolutely arrange a private jet. That would solve everything. Air freight is much better. No problem. Then we'll take them straight to Love Island and plant them, Master Wang replied, grinning. In that case, come with us. You're the only one who knows this stuff. If you can help design the flower sea, the pay will be generous. That was Wang Ping'an's promise, so old Jiang had no problem repeating it. The only question was whether Master Wang would agree. May I ask who this is for? Wang Ping'an. The name left old Jiang's lips, and Master Wang sucked in a sharp breath. What was there to think about? Nothing for Wang Ping'an could ever be delayed. And working with a megaboss like that, he'd be bragging about it for the rest of his life. Immediately, he told Driver to head to the nursery with him and prep the pink flower sea. 10,000 seedlings might not be enough, so counting potential losses, they shipped 15,000, along with a wide variety of other tropical plants. Wang Ping'an's bottom line to old Jiang had been clear. He needed a flood of warm-toned flowers and plants to decorate Love Island, so their prep work dragged on. There was no way to rush it. If we weren't in the tropics, I'd go with lavender. It's cheap and looks incredible. Wang Ping'an mused. He'd considered lavender paired with pure Gothic architecture. Simple but grand. That alone would pull in a young crowd, but photo ops alone wouldn't cut it. Opening up Love Island's coastline for other activities wasn't a bad idea either. You're thinking about scuba diving? You didn't need it spelled out. She'd sensed it ever since Wang Ping'an started designing the underwater world for Love Island. Her husband's imagination was massive, way beyond what normal people could reach, and his follow-through, relentless. Once he decided something, it was done. He wouldn't put it off until tomorrow. let alone second-guess himself. Of course, deep pockets helped. She'd done a rough estimate. Wang Ping'an's wealth was pushing 100 billion. Investing in an island was pocket change. Money sitting in your hands never multiplies. You get returns when you spend it, at least, that's how I see it. Wang Ping'an said it without sugarcoating. He knew you would understand his reasoning. It wasn't some profound insight, just something that fit the times. You're doing the right thing right now, no one in the world operates at your level. It wasn't flattery. Wang Ping'an's talent and ability were on full display. Anyone could see it. Yu took her original design team and began dividing the entire island into sections. 0.5 zones total, all built on cutting-edge design concepts. They set aside the existing renovations and construction. What they wanted was a style that didn't exist yet. Wang Ping'an had no feedback to offer. In some ways, Yu's thinking aligned with his perfectly. It was like she'd suddenly woken up to something. It almost made him wonder if his wife had been through the same thing he had. Right now, our design team is 120 people, all fully committed. The Flower Sea arrives here tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Pierre told Wang Ping'an that securing a direct international flight had taken serious resources. Clearly, they were taking Wang Ping'an's business seriously. He was their biggest client, after all. The cost per shipment is nothing compared to the revenue we're about to generate. Wang Ping'an let a faint smile slip. From now on, all flights around Love Island would operate as international routes. He owned the development rights and the property rights, so no one would complain. Frankly, there weren't many people tough enough to challenge him anyway. I've already told the designers to start building the physical models, he said, placing several finished prototypes onto the sand table. The 3D renders will go straight to the factory the moment they're approved. Feng Yang leaned closer. The pink Flower Sea looked too bare on its own. They needed more structures to sell the fantasy. What about a giant windmill, or a church? She had zero religious affiliation. She just thought the clean lines would photograph beautifully. No church, that means hiring a priest. And I won't alienate people of other faiths. Wang Ping'an knew the optics. Casual tourists wouldn't care, but real believers would. Noticed. He wasn't about to hand ammo to a single critic. They settled on a massive windmill and a cluster of vividly colored buildings. The hotel would sit on the opposite shore. Island shuttles would ferry guests between attractions, and anyone who wanted to walk could. The distances were short. Sometimes I swear you're building a place pulled straight out of a comic book, Feng Yang murmured, a sudden wave of unreality washing over her. It all felt too idealized. She caught herself sinking deeper into his vision, unable to pull back. His concepts had completely rewritten her imagination. Exactly. Visual impact can't beat mental impact, Wang Ping'an said. Mental impact lays the foundation for everything else. Feed people the right suggestions often enough, and you can change the way they see the world. It wasn't complicated. He layered in visual shock, sure, but he also laid out the full aerial layout so anyone who hadn't stepped foot on the island would still know exactly where they were going. We'll develop a few online travel guides to go with it, as detailed as possible, in an advertorial style. That kind of content hooks people deeper than any generic ad copy ever could. He looked at her. I'll leave the execution to you. I only care about the final result. In many ways, Wang Ping'an was simple. He didn't drown people. In rigid rules, his suggestions were practical, and he never crushed anyone's creativity. He respected that inspiration hit differently for each person. The outcome mattered less than the process. He could handle every step in between perfectly. These were basic operations. He didn't need to micromanage. Construction on Love Island kicked off at an unprecedented scale that same week. They announced a full 2-week closure. No tourists. The news blindsided travelers. Itineraries were already locked. Wang Ping'an had just flipped their entire plan. Release the promo videos and posters across every media partner we have. He didn't wait. The concept art was finalized, and the composite videos would deliver the same polished, rendered field. If reality matched the visuals, those 15 days would cost nothing. Instead, Love Island would see a surge of tourists unlike anything before. The only problem was the hotel. It couldn't be finished in time. They settled for a temporary site a little farther out, far enough not to interfere with sightseeing. We're using entirely eco-friendly materials, Feng Yang said, scanning the numbers. That choice alone tripled the construction cost. The expense was avoidable, but Wang Ping'an prioritized speed. He believed getting consumers onto the island faster would trigger more direct spending, so the tripled cost didn't faze him. He absorbed it without blinking. Plus, the main roads through the planned areas were already paved. Love Island's primary routes couldn't handle heavy vehicles. The only way to bring in heavy machinery is from the far side. It's a logistical nightmare, she added. Pierre shook his head helplessly. Why not repave after the renovation? Paving takes almost no time. It wouldn't delay a thing. Wang Ping'an disagreed. If heavy trucks rolled over those roads, the ground would turn into sludge. Even worse, areas not built to bear that weight would collapse. In the end, they'd spend more time maintaining roads than actually building. He'd rather swallow the extra hassle. Besides, transportation wasn't limited to land anymore. The helicopters originally designated for aerial photography were now hauling construction materials. The cost was staggering, unmatched anywhere in the world. People were already saying only Wang Ping'an would dare operate like this. Wang Ping'an moves fast, Murdoch said from his office. Glancing at his assistant, do any of our outlets have a partnership with him? Some subsidiaries work with him, but not the headquarters. European media is already pushing his project, but the reach is limited. If we give him a headline feature, his exposure goes vertical. Murdoch controlled the largest media platform in all of Europe. That kind of built-in advantage couldn't be matched by ordinary outlets. There was no reason not to leverage it now. More importantly, they'd get exclusive breaking content that would boost Murdoch's own businesses. Other media outlets would have to pay licensing rights just to run a story this unique. Set up a meeting with Wang Ping'an. We have our advantages. He has his needs. Murdoch's tone was steady. If we can offer a pro bono feature, let's work together. The assistant blinked. He'd expected the boss to propose a collaboration, but not for free. Boss, you should really think this through. His deputy looked uneasy. There wasn't any real risk. But for Wang Ping'an, this was basically a free ride. Think through what? We're getting plenty out of it too. And this isn't some sign of weakness, it's a small collaboration. Murdoch was thinking bigger. He had no intention of going head-to-head with Wang Ping'an. This was his way of offering a conciliatory gesture. Nobody wanted this thing to spiral, and everyone wanted it handled the right way. Collaboration is business. Keep your personal feelings out of it. They only cloud your judgment. That was Murdoch's point. He wanted his people to plan smart. There was no reason to keep picking a fight with Wang Ping'an. They didn't have any real conflict to begin with. All of this was that careless Griffin's fault, but Murdoch had no idea where Griffin was now. The man had vanished after that last disaster exploded. Clearly, he was scared and hiding. There was no point in continuing to work with someone like that. Wasting any more time on him would be irresponsible. He couldn't let this drag on. That was Murdoch's real thinking, and he had solid reasons for acting this way. Soon, Wang Ping'an got a call from Murdoch. The offer was detailed, so he agreed to the proposal. But let me be clear, Wang said seriously. Your free promotion sounds good, but if the reach isn't strong enough, it could hurt our business. You know how badly the media can damage tourism. That was his only condition. Don't worry. I've been in media for decades. I'm not about to gamble my career away, and I hope this partnership lasts a long time. Murdoch's reply came with genuine sincerity. Without it, he wouldn't have reached out for further cooperation. He wanted a fresh start with Wang, and down the line, Wang would surely need his help. As the largest news media in Europe, Murdoch had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He also had an enormous network of resources. Even if he wasn't charging for the promotion, his connections meant people still owed him favors, which made everything easier. Murdoch volunteered to promote us this time as a goodwill gesture, Wang said with a faint smile, explaining to Feng Yang, but he's not footing the bill. Other media outlets are. I've given him an exclusive license. Anyone else who wants those resources has to buy them from him. The price won't be cheap. He'll make a nice profit. Then why give it to Murdoch? We could recruit other media ourselves. Feng Yang wondered if spending money was unavoidable. There were ways to cut costs. Why hand the opportunity to a heavyweight like Murdoch? Every big name on the rankings was formidable. Their power was immense, and challenging them wasn't easy. We've hit a ceiling in the Aegean. Time to start somewhere new. Wang Ping'an's pace in the second half of the year had accelerated. He wasn't playing it safe and steady anymore. Instead, he was testing multiple approaches, expanding into every necessary industry on the global map. Wherever there was room for innovation or growth, he invested. His philosophy: if he could do it himself, he'd acquire the whole thing. If not, he'd hire someone to do it. The outcome was the same, just a matter of profit margins. We haven't seen any losses yet. I really admire Mr. Wang's thinking. Pierre chimed in at an opportune moment. Speaking honestly, Wang always operated at his peak, and that state of mind let everything fall smoothly into place. It was rare, and it allowed him to perform at his best. Get in touch with Deng Gan. We may need to head to Malar. What worried Wang most wasn't his own island or the Aegean, it was the investments in Los Santos and Malar. Los Santos already had a solid foundation for tourism, so there was nothing to criticize there, but Malar's commercial economy was different. It was controlled by bankers like Rochester. Their personal capabilities weren't strong, but the conglomerates backing them were formidable. I'm afraid Laro Li and Deng Gan can't handle this alone. If the other side refuses to play ball, they won't have many options. Wang's guess was spot on. Li Changyu was facing a major problem now. What started as a straightforward commercial investment had turned into a partnership, and he didn't see anything wrong with that. But then multiple companies in Malar jointly imposed restrictions on him, claiming his industries didn't fit the local reality, so they were being shut out. He was still trying to find a solution, but nothing was working. That was the situation, ridiculous as it sounded, and every word of it was true. Deng Gan, if Brother Wang finds out about this, I'll never be able to hold my head up, Li Changyu said helplessly. He and Deng Gan were both vice presidents, but Li was a veteran. If he couldn't handle this, it would be a real problem. This is normal. And this time it's not our fault, they're the ones imposing the restrictions internally, Deng Gan had already analyzed. Those guys are probably jealous of our influence and are trying to block us at every turn. Obviously, that won't work, so I'm not worried. But the key thing is, we can't afford to delay the industries we're supposed to take over next. Because Wang always prepared everything in advance with the international airline and Los Santos backing them, there was no reason they couldn't pull it off. Especially with Rochester's support, anyone else would consider it a done deal, but right now, that very link had just snapped. In Myra, a group of top business elites and bosses, many of them on the billionaire list, had formed their own inner circle, the Times Chamber of Commerce. You're saying it's not the supply chain targeting us, but the Times Chamber of Commerce? Zhu Kaiyang frowned. He'd never heard of the Times Chamber of Commerce. That's right, their leader is Kane, someone you know well. Rochester gave a wry smile. It wasn't that his savings bank couldn't step in, but the web of interests was too tangled. If they got involved, they'd piss off too many people. A move like that would be stupid, so Rochester was stuck. All he could do was offer information, no strings attached. He'd already lent Chen Cheng $7 billion. He couldn't watch him go under, even if it meant gritting his teeth. He had to hold on until he himself collapsed. I'll pass this to Mr. Chen, but what I don't get is, how much of this mess is the Times Chamber of Commerce's doing? Zhu Kaiyang was baffled. The site selection wasn't the only thing blocked. Every link in the chain had snapped, all of it. The companies you were working with had no choice but to obey their orders. Rochester took a deep breath. That's Myra for you. Economic power and capital decide everything. Nothing else matters. The smaller bosses wanted to cooperate with Chen Cheng eagerly, but the higher-ups had zero interest. Their only goal was to block him. They couldn't touch him anywhere else, but here they called all the shots. Now you see what I mean. It all fits. If you can wrap your heads around it, you'll find a way through. Rochester didn't mince words. He told Zhu Kaiyang to spend the next few days thinking it over. Thank you, Mr. Rochester. Zhu Kaiyang stood and saw him out. The man was still valuable to them. Rochester left without a second thought. He wasn't afraid of those bosses. Their feud with Chen Cheng was their own problem. If they ever came for him, getting the entire financial group involved would be no small matter. In Rochester's words, he could make them kneel and stay kneeling. We've built up a presence in Los Santos, but that's it. Every other area in Myra is completely dead. Zhu Kaiyang laid out the full picture to Chen Cheng. The situation was dire, and it could still get worse. He needed to know what Chen Cheng planned to do. This had come out of nowhere, and there was no easy fix. That's not the real problem. The real question is how far you're willing to go. I can't give you much advice. Just wait until I get there. Chen Cheng had already decided. This time, he had to go himself. I don't get it. Deng Gan and Zhu Kaiyang are both capable. Why can't they handle this? Zhongyi sensed there was more going on, but the two men were too embarrassed to say it out loud. If it were her, she would have been upfront. What was the big deal? No need to pry, let it go. If it's important, they'll tell us. Chen Cheng smiled faintly. By now, he had nothing left to fear. After all, which of those so-called bosses didn't act out of pure self-interest? That night, he caught a direct flight to Los Santos. A private route, no reason not to use it. Chen, you're here. Zhu Kaiyang and Deng Gan were waiting at the airport. The dark circles under their eyes said everything. All right, you toot no way, you're driving on no sleep. I'll take the wheel. Chen Cheng got behind the wheel and headed for the company. His two VPs looked wrecked. If this weren't serious, they wouldn't be this frazzled. The real question was, who had them losing sleep? Bro, have you heard of the Times Chamber of Commerce? Chen Cheng shook his head, confused. What kind of organization? Something new. He'd never heard of it, not now, not before. His mind went blank. A chamber of commerce led by Cain. Their main goal is to block all our ecological and economic growth in Myra. Zhu Kaiyang let out a helpless sigh. He admitted this thing had kept them both awake for days. I thought it was something massive. Since I'm here, you two can finally get some real rest. Go to the break room downstairs, crash for 10 hours each. Don't come back until the time's up. Chen Cheng's tone was firm. He waved them toward the lounge. Plenty of rooms, nobody would bother them, but Deng Gan started to argue. That's an order. You need the sleep. Once they were gone, Chen Cheng flipped through the recent reports. Deng Gan and Zhu Kaiyang had done daily data analysis and market surveys, the kind that reflected real conditions. Clearly, there was a lot to deal with. Not bad. Their speed is impressive. Every decision gets sniped within half an hour of being made. Chen Cheng could see the timestamps. The other side was moving with ruthless efficiency. There was no denying it. Cain was getting anxious. Let's be honest. When someone rises as fast as Chen Cheng, everyone feels the terror. Every region he entered turned into his own industry stronghold, and no matter how big their hearts, without real cooperation, they wouldn't dare let him in. They simply couldn't stand it. Chen Cheng's model already hit us hard. Give him 3 years, and he'll be looking down on all of us. Cain was panicking. This wasn't an act. Even the bosses around him felt the threat. Billionaires on the rich list, hundreds of billions in net worth, but they couldn't stop a young man whose sheer ambition and ruthless methods were unstoppable. Cain stared at the numbers. Every move Wang Ping'an made read like a declaration of war. He's threatening our sovereignty. The entire business network is on the verge of collapse. To Cain, Wang's moves hit harder than any financial crisis. Every boss in that room was bleeding, forced onto the defensive. If we want a permanent fix, we pool our own capital. His power means nothing alone. Together, we starve him out of the market. Bafiel's plan was brutally simple. Wang was building an empire. They would tear it down with money. A direct assault on his entire supply chain. Once the cracks started showing, Wang's investments would lock up, and he would have to pour in even more cash. That was the endgame. No way out. So no one's running for the exits, right? Cain scanned the room. Voice cold. He was all in. 50 of them, throwing their weight around, could form the largest consortium the world had ever seen. Then it settled. 20 billion each. 50 members. That's a full trillion. Baffiel said it like $1 trillion was pocket change, but to dismantle Wang's industries, it was exactly the kind of sledgehammer they needed. $20 billion out of any single fortune stung, but spread across 50 of them, it wouldn't break anyone. Now I get why we had to strike right this second. Kane let out a dry laugh. He could already picture Wang's future. It would be ugly. This wasn't his decision alone, of course. It was the collective will of the room. Wang's in tourism first. We cut off every sales channel he has in Malar, then we pressure our partners to impose sanctions. The unspoken part was clear. Any partner tempted to side with Wang would have to look at the faces in this room and think twice. These men didn't forgive. Crossing them was a career-ending move. Wang can't even see where he's screwing up. He always fights alone. That's why he's going nowhere. Laughter rolled through the conference room. Then, one by one, they picked up their phones. No assistants. That alone sent the message. Any boss who got that call would pay attention. There's no doubt they'll fall in line. Honestly, whatever they do right now is about their own survival. Refuse, and they would face the combined force of 50 of the most powerful players in the game. They would end up exactly where Wang was headed. Rochester was furious. He grabbed a bottle of vodka and stormed toward Wang's office, phone already pressed to his ear. Wang, where are you? I need to see you now. He didn't wait for an answer. He just kicked the door open and walked inside. God, I'm so pissed off. Without another word, he snatched a glass and poured 2 shots. The Times Chamber of Commerce boys formed a consortium. $1 trillion in capital to start a price war with you. The news didn't even make Wang blink. He would have done the same thing. $1 trillion split 50 ways was 20 billion each. Manageable. What I want to know is why you're this angry. This has nothing to do with you. Wang's confusion was genuine. Rochester worked for a savings bank tied to the federal savings. His world and the Chamber of Commerce didn't collide. On paper, you're right, but they've stepped outside the chamber now. They've built a new consortium. That was the real trigger. Malar's economic order only recognized one legitimate consortium, the federal savings. Everything else was second class by definition. But $1 trillion on the table? That could tilt the entire economic landscape. So Rochester brought the consortium's directive straight to Wang. The old men at the top had been explicit. Cooperate with Wang at any cost, smash those Times Chamber punks before they took root. So your higher-ups see me as the weapon you can aim without getting your own hands dirty. I take the risks, you get the job done and avoid retaliation. Wang laid it out flat. He had been in business long enough to read the room. You can put it that way. We can't openly break with them, the system doesn't allow it. But off the books, Rochester explained, they would funnel Wang every resource he needed. No limits. Define every resource. I'm not stupid, and I don't take risks without knowing the terms. What are the consequences if this blows up, and what's actually in it for me? You came to me, remember, same side or not, we set the rules first. Wang's smile stayed calm. He wouldn't move until the deal was on the table. This is your loan contract. You help us, the debt is gone. Rochester didn't dance around it. $0.7 billion was pocket lint compared to their trillions. The consortium didn't blink at that number. If Wang solved this, the losses they dodged and the market share they would reclaim would dwarf the write-off. Fine. Only an idiot walks away from a deal that's sweet. I'm in. Wang stood, smiled, and downed his shot in one go. The burn hit him like a freight train. What the hell kind of vodka is this? It's tearing my throat apart. He coughed. He had handled baijiu all his life. A little clear liquor should be nothing. Spiritus. 96%. Rochester rolled his eyes. The alcohol content was borderline fuel. Wang's drinking style wasn't exactly common. Damn it. You brought this stuff to actually drink. Get it out of my office. Wang's head was already spinning. The proof was practically criminal. All right. Stop whining. Let's head to my place for a bit. With Rochester backing him, Chen Cheng didn't have a thing to worry about. A powerful ally like that smoothed out everything. Chen Cheng, I'm telling you, together we're unstoppable. Rochester meant every word. Your resources, my finances. There's no way you lose. Behind him stood a syndicate of wealthy families. That kind of firepower could crush any CEO. It guaranteed Chen Cheng wouldn't lose ground or hit a slump. It actually gave him everything he needed to go on offense. In this business world, the so-called Times Chamber of Commerce didn't stand a chance. We might not have ties with the big shot bosses, but we've got connections to the global financial conglomerates. You feel me? Rochester laid it out plainly. That single advantage gave them a massive edge. The conglomerates operated symbiotically, dominating the commercial economies in their sectors. That mutual reliance was the foundation of their cooperation. Why now? They'd protect Chen Cheng without him even asking. The Times Chamber of Commerce was threatening everyone's interests, so rallying against them was only natural. Here's the contact info for the Cryan conglomerate. Keep in mind, they're our subsidiary. You can order them around however you see fit. Rochester wasn't bluffing. Every word was true. From now on, you're our biggest partner, same level as me. You have authority over anything within our conglomerate's reach. He handed Chen Cheng a nameplate, a symbol of status. With it, any employee would grant him access. Chen Cheng could now move freely through Mela, and not just there. He could come and go from any of the conglomerate's locations. A privilege most people could only envy. Look how fast they move. Check this video. Rochester opened the laptop, and a pop-up filled the screen. Kane was front and center, Baffiel right behind him. Together, they issued a declaration of war against Chen Cheng. As of this moment, Chen Cheng will pay in full for his actions. The Times Chamber of Commerce officially declares war. What a joke. Where do these people get the audacity? Rochester was furious. If he could, he'd beat Kane senseless, but he couldn't, so he let it slide. Things are getting ugly. We can only offer limited help. The real advantage is the conglomerate cooperation. It'll open doors for you. The key market had already spread beyond Mela. This was global now. Chen Cheng wasn't just facing internal problems. He had a coalition of international businessmen working to crush him. There are only 3 places where you won't feel any impact. You know which ones I mean. If I were you, I'd head to Europe and stabilize things first. Rochester wasn't steering him wrong. The advice was dead on. Chen Cheng's priority wasn't Mela, it was Europe. He needed to calm the merchants there. If he could neutralize the external threats, he'd hit back hard at the so-called Times Chamber of Commerce. The strategy was clear. The only question was whether Chen Cheng would act on it. That's why Rochester was so direct. Alright, thanks. I'll keep you posted. Chen Cheng turned and left. He didn't head straight for Europe. Instead, he went to North Carolina to map out the whole situation. The opposition was using economic globalization to squeeze him, something he hadn't faced in his last life. Clearly, his rise in this life had scared them. That's why they were hitting harder and more often. 100 billion. Are these people out of their minds? Deng Gan couldn't believe it, but with 50 billionaire tycoons pooling their money, it was simple math. That's the thing. It's not just 100 billion. They're using their distribution channels to strangle me. That was the real issue. Either stabilize those channel partners or cut ties. For Chen Cheng, those were the only two options. Everything else was unrealistic and offered no real solutions. If we cut off those channel partners, they'd be stuck, but that 100 billion just sitting there is still a threat. Deng Gan's words landed. Since they'd thrown 100 billion on the table, Chen Cheng had to make sure they bled for it. So we need to build a distribution chain that replaces theirs. The idea is solid, but we haven't made real progress yet. Chen Cheng said it because these guys held monopolies in their industries. That's how they kept up the pressure. Without a monopoly, the channel partners would have choices. They could look for alternate supply chains. The core problem, opening a new channel fast. Our current advantage isn't food. It's electronics. Deng Gan figured since they were going after the physical market, tourism didn't matter. Cosmetics and electronics had fewer restrictions. Plus, the Shin Group was backing them. If they routed the channel that was blocking Nokia through the Shin Group, they could bypass the block. These are two separate channels. They won't be able to trace them back to us. Chen Cheng immediately called Wang Yuan. She was busy laying out the next phone launch. The device's framework was purely based on the mainstream market, completely different from what Chen Cheng had developed before. IT ran an open operating system, which meant way more flexibility. This is perfect for me. I'll jump on it. Wang Yuan didn't dare delay. Chen Cheng hadn't said much on the phone, but she knew this was a golden opportunity. There wouldn't be a second one. Seizing it was everything.